All right, we're done talking about this now. I'll move on. That's not very nice. You're making fun of something I can't control.
Why is it I can't control it?
I don't know, but it's streaming this conversation right now, so
Okay.
you want everyone to know
Yep.
about your flatulence. Grossness. It's okay, nobody's on here. Good morning. All right. Strange way to start the day. Highly respected country. Yeah. It was Putin, I think. Oh, trade deal with the UK? Well, that would actually be good. The UK is not a country, though. Well, I mean, it is. The United Kingdom is a country. European Union's not. I don't know which one they would be talking about. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Oval has made a trade deal with representatives of a big and highly respected country. The first of many. All right. Well, I did say something about 10 a.m., which is weird. Good morning. Not really much to talk about just yet. I mean, we hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times on the 6-minute chart. We hit 265, which is kind of bonkers. I mean, honestly, looking at it right now, if you just showed me this chart out of nowhere, I would probably be a little bit skeptical that this is about to go anywhere. To me, it looks like a double up thrust. That's like having trouble breaking 265, and it's going to try to flush through it. Because of the nature of like this push and then this secondary push, now hitting a target 6 times and then trying to like bounce off of it, this is basically what we said we wanted to have happen yesterday, but it kind of did it in reverse. So we're flip-flopping. We're flip-flopping for sure. Yeah, I'm looking over at AMD, wishing I had gotten into that again. Tesla's even moving pretty far. So a trade deal would be really good, but they haven't said who it is. I suppose it could be the United Kingdom, Britain, Britannia. I'm not sure. I saw news about some kind of a Russia thing this morning, but I don't know what it was exactly. I don't know. I should go look. See if I can find out some more information. Let's check out GameStop because I kind of want to see what's going on here. So this is the 1 hour. Definitely got oversold. Bounced out last time. Made a slightly lower low, then took off after a double bottom. So actually this is pretty similar to what I drew. It doesn't look like it's busted any creeks or anything yet, so just keep in mind like it is rising, but this is like I call it like a falling cat ear, like a 1, 2. You can see the secondary distribution action, and it doesn't really look like it as much on RSI. It looks like it more, than price action. But it's the same concept, which means that it's still at risk of a hook here, which I think we were right to draw what we drew. And I'm thinking again that even though AMC looks kind of like it's doing nothing, it is technically over its creek. I'm not so sure. And I mean, it hit that marker, so if you take away extended hours, you would see that this actually hit where we thought it was going to hit already. So now it really, in some ways, it doesn't matter because it's already kind of met the target. It's a very different chart when you take away extended hours trading. So it looks a little bit of a mess right here because we were marking it up yesterday. during the spiel. Let's get away. So we know it hit multiple times, 6 times. Yeah, I mean, again, because it didn't go down first, I'm not really positive it's going to hold this morning. I've got the feeling this is just going to up thrust and then drop. So I hate to flip-flop on you, but I'm flip-flopping again. Like, because there's just not really an easy way to kind of gauge this without just seeing what happens. And we did have a double beat, but there was a lot of weakness in the numbers, a lot of weakness in the cash burn. I think the market will interpret it in different ways. A trade deal is a trade deal, so you know, yeah, UK. All right, so that'll happen, I guess, at 10. It's probably just going to be some exemptions and some other stuff, but we'll see. Anything is better than nothing, I suppose. Yeah, so this looks distributive right now, is what I was trying to say. I wouldn't be overly worried. We'll see what happens. Remember, oddly enough, and this is kind of odd, but oddly enough, this was set for this morning around the trade deal time. So, yeah, this looks like a latent up thrust. 1, 2, and then 3, 4, but then there's like a weird last one that pushed up. It's a little bit out of sync timing wise, but on the whole, if you kind of ignore that last one, this is why yesterday I didn't think it was going to necessarily go again, because it was like, and this is very confusing to me. So the numbers that I called out yesterday were 276 and 265. 265 is the liquid center for this area. If this is a rising accumulation, even though it looks kind of weak, it could be. And if it is, then you would have there could be a push against resistance, but it's not normally going to happen further than what already did happen. It already pushed up twice yesterday, early in the day and then late in the day. And so it looked to me like it was actually doing something kind of different in that it might go ahead and drop during earnings and be low. And what I said is that this, bizarre as it may seem, is actually fairly bullish. Like, it could be very bullish because it didn't go up and hit 276. Okay? So order of operations is really, really important here. So in the grand scheme of things, what we were looking at is this kind of very simple wave structure, right? Normally, if this had come down, so let's say it made an advancement, and it did, it pushed up right here. So it pushed the creek, there was an advancement made, right? So normally, had this made that advancement on the big picture, and again, it did, but it didn't make a secondary high here, and it came back down, I might even suspect that this is what I normally would expect, is that this actually chopped down and try to find what I would call like a spring, but it's essentially like a back test of two things. One would be whatever this creek is, right, previously, and then also a liquid center. And usually that is represented by some kind of a drop ledge even earlier on, way back here. So just to show you like a diagram. So this is the problem of what happened yesterday, is that after we made that top, we did come back down, but then weirdly, we didn't go low. And I said that I didn't like that because for some reason it was refusing to go down. Instead, it was like staying elevated. And so going into Wednesday, we were like, I don't really like that this isn't going down. And not only that, but it did this, which it made a higher low and it made a higher high. Now, at first, you might say, oh, that's good, right? But if you pay attention, you'd know that it already had advanced once, and now it's doing it again. So this presents itself as a quandary for the investor because you're thinking, really, in reality, this could be an upthrust and an upthrust after distribution, a UT and a UTAD. Because it's refusing to go back and get that low liquidity, instead it's staying like high and elevated, which is typical of distribution. So yesterday, what I thought was going to happen was at the end of the day, I thought before close, we would hit like 276 and then we would drop an open low, but that didn't happen. Instead, we stayed really low, waited till this morning, as you can see, to really officially hit that 276. So it did happen that it upthrusted. So unfortunately, we got a little bit of a double fake out here because we had it push up, which was kind of a distributive signal for sure. I mean, it doesn't normally come back up again anyways, but then you had no upthrust. It kind of stayed low. That's why I was wondering if it goes down and we opened here, then we really could just kind of build a support and go. Instead, what happened is that we opened really flat. I mean, if you look at where we were, and then we basically pumped up first. We didn't go down and check that low. So this to me was a signal of distribution this morning, unfortunately. And it's like a flip-flop, right? But like that's what happened, essentially. So there's a lot of chop in extended hours, obviously. But it's roughly like this. So you can see that that's distributive action here. And now it really has to go down and retest that 265 level. Now, after that point, does it keep going? I'm going to sort of hold back on it a little bit, but I guess if I have to default to something, I'm going to default backwards to exactly what I was talking about before end of day yesterday. Because really nothing had changed until end of day yesterday, and apparently that was probably just a head fake here. And then it held high, which was suspect. It refused to go down low. So there were a lot of issues. But I think that as a result, you kind of have to just take it for what it is. And what it is not really the best. It's not really the best setup here. So I'm not being like overly bearish. I'm just saying that in the grand scheme of things, the refusal to come back down and check those lows is very odd. And even if this were setting up higher, like on a shelf, it'd still have to come back and check this, and it just didn't do it. It just refused to come back down. So I'm going to suggest that, yeah, it's kind of in the middle right now, but I'm going to suggest that this motion right here, largely distributive motion on the whole, and then you can see what just happened is it punched through that level. So it's doing a liquidity check now, which is the recent, I call it an ice. It's just like a rising support, right? The Wyckofian term ice is kind of used in that way. There's other ways of determining what an ice might be in a little bit more of a technical way than what I do, because what I do is just basically look at what's the last rising trend, but there's actually more technical ways to do it that are probably more efficient. So right now, does this look bullish or bearish? Right now it looks a little bearish, but if I were looking at this and I didn't know anything else about it, and I didn't think that this was crossing a creek or trying to cross a creek, I probably suggest that that was like a head fake, or that was an attempt to go up higher on the resistance, but it's really just back testing. So like if you flip the chart upside down, for example, it really just looks like a flag, right? You can see that there's a lack of a lack of a test back here on the 265 region thus far. And so it's a deep retracement. I wonder if we can use this. Yeah, that's probably it right there. This guy for this low here. That's okay though. We triangulated that it would come back there. Now the truth is still out there that there's a, in my opinion, that there's a good chance that we're going to see a another one, right? That's higher. There were two markers yesterday. So this one's finished. Okay, checkbox. Did it hit 276 at the tip of this triangle? Yes, it did. Did it stay there? No, it didn't. But that's okay for now because we haven't really left yet. So we're not in a position where this is somehow like the worst situation or something like that. We're just kind of waiting. Let me get rid of this junk. So the next one, there were two possibilities. This was the first trend that I identified as likely. And the reason for that is that this is where it breaches and jumps over and starts pushing that resistance. But again, looking back at kind of the grand scheme of things here, I do think this is probably the best trend. There's like the most action right here. There is, however, like one more that would be wider. And so you would have to consider that. And I did mention this yesterday, although we were kind of going back and forth between some different ideas yesterday with the, around earnings when we were talking about the numbers and stuff. So, I don't know. My expectations should not be that heavy that people would remember everything. But like this is an example right here of a possibility. And then there's even another one here when it actually like broke out finally right there. And that's really late. That's like way over here, you know. So, you know, when we look at this from that perspective, it's like there's a big window here. The idea of this accelerating is really dependent on this hitting the right numbers right now and breaking out. It's not dependent on what I drew yesterday. So do I think that something might happen at, you know, this particular time today? Yeah, but I don't think that there's necessarily like a guarantee that it's going to be here. You know, yesterday we talked about maybe hitting the 290s, but we really need to see it finish this pullback. So I'm going to go ahead and lighten up these S curves. They were really just for visual like clarification. They're not really important right now until it actually starts. They're very secondary in my opinion. So yeah, let's see what a breakout would look like. I don't know, man. There's not this after this. It's like, why not just drop? Because you've already made the motion to start a drop. Part of me thinks that because of the way this ended, it's probably just going to go the way we thought the first time, which was to head to the lows, maybe before the weekend. So we'll see how it shakes out. I guess there's a big trade deal in the works. The market's still up like 0.5%. There's a big gap up and now it's sliding backwards. Oddly, yesterday, and I did say this yesterday, that I thought this looked kind of bad because it hit the low and it tried to hold, and it did. It held like a support again around 555, 556. I guess it was closer to like 557 or 58 at that point. But when it did this move, it completely closed beneath both the ice and the creep, both of those. So there really wasn't any indication that that was definitely going to gap up. Sometimes it happens, you know, it will do that kind of a push and then close beneath and then it gaps up because bulls take it. But normally that's kind of bearish signals. So, I mean, it just is. And again, by design, perhaps, but still bearish signal. Yeah. So I'm still looking at this like on the big picture, wondering if what we're really going to experience here is some kind of like a hook action, which still could mean up, but it would be like more temporary, which isn't what I wanted. I wanted to see this kind of make a low and then break out and hold, as opposed to doing some kind of a hook action right now. Yeah, it might go up, but it only goes up to like 570 and then it drops. And I don't really want that, because then that really puts everything in a different light. It seems a lot more likely that you're going to not finish this if you have like a hook here. So what were the lows again for what? AMC? Well, like 265 already hit like multiple times in extended hours. It hit like 6 times. 265 is really the level that makes the most sense right now as a liquid center to hit and go. Are we going to do that? I don't know for sure. But we'll get there this morning, probably, in my opinion. And we'll see what happens after that. Based on the creek alone, this guy, and there's others, it might even go as low as like 560, or excuse me, 260. If the drop continues here. There wouldn't really be a way for me to look at this and say that it looks bullish. So if it ends up being bullish, it's not because of the current price action. On my part anyways. Like my interpretation of the current price action would not be bullish. Why can't it be making a low right here? I mean, it could be the 267 level, but I don't know, man. The refusal to go down, like to me, this just looks like it's trying to, almost like trying really hard to just like find sellers right here at this breakout zone to drop it down. And I can't see what a silver lining would be unless we come back up. So I'm going to suggest that unless we come back up and we push higher and then build a support higher at this particular time, that this is likely just reactive upward motion after that flush. We're still going to head down. Based on where these creeks are, I think it's likely that the target is, it does seem like it's heading that way. The target may be pretty low, like looking downward towards that previous floor, like 254, which makes sense. Remember, like before this chart yesterday, we had talked about, and I had it on there with like a bunch of different like lines and possibilities. We had talked about coming down to this zone. If you look at lows and you're just saying, oh, how low does it have to go? If it's a Elliott wave and it needs to drop low, it would be like a fifth wave here, and then it'd also be a fifth wave on the bigger picture, which means it would need to, by default, come beneath 246. It could be 245, it could be way lower, but it would be somewhere beneath 246. If that is not what it is, and I'm not sure that it is, because I think it could be a larger 5 wave, and I don't necessarily think it needs to come down again. So really any kind of a drop here with a build out potentially could be bullish, like in this little zone. We're really looking for what we call like a change of character. So have we had that change of character yet? No. It's not going above 276. And it did do it in extended hours, but this is not a change. This is just a backup. It's a double top, triple top kind of motion right now. There's no advancement. It's just checking it. Because of that, this hasn't actually created any kind of a reversal trend. Not really. So you could interpret this and say, well, I think it's a rising accumulation. That's fine. But until you have that breakout, this is really just a backup to 276 that's going across 265, which again, that liquid center region. So maybe a good way to look at it, if you're going to do that, is to look at the top over here. I think it was 283. It's 283. And the bottom here, I did say that was liquid center, but it really may be more about that being just the previous support, and it hasn't been tested yet. It did get tested 6 times in extended hours. So this is another level right here at 270. It's like 268. This is another one that could be used as a support, which is where we kind of hit this morning. Anyways, I would have expected 265. And it did hit like 6 times in extended hours, but I don't know, man. I would have liked to see that test in regular trading hours. So anywho, is it bearish? Is it bullish? I don't know. I'm still bullish, like bigger picture, I'm still bullish. Sorry. Flip-flopping a lot, but the price action here is it's a little all over the place. So calls and puts are being wrecked. So, I mean, it has not decided which direction to go. Clearly, everybody's panic selling, driving the bid and the ask down. Yeah, the only thing that's like green this morning is this one SPY call I have. Even the other one's not green. There's just a lot of uncertainty, I think. I just don't get why you wouldn't check 265 in regular trading hours. I know I'm saying the same thing over and over again, but I just don't understand why you wouldn't go test it. You just really don't want to give retail that check. I guess some folks would look at this and say, well, it came to 266, so that should be enough. But I'm like, no, I don't think it is. You know, if you look back in time, you can see like these levels that are checked are from way back. 257 from back here was tested. 253, that was another one right here. Like, it's doing a pretty good job. 258, you know, again, this region. Even this guy, this backup right here to 262 goes back to April 8th and April 3rd. But to check 265 with some strength here, which does go backwards to April 9th, and then to do it and even flush through it twice. It's like once and then twice again, and then break out but never come back in regular trading hours is very odd. I don't know. In reality, the stocks move 0.37%. We're just interpreting what we think is fairly significant here, because we're dealing with an advancement over a creek, but we're failing to advance in a kind of a succinct manner. We're not going down, which, I mean, look, during some squeeze events, yeah, there's a chance that you don't do that, you know. But this is an odd duck for sure. It looks like it's curling up, which is very strange. To not have like a final drop with that bounce is extremely weird. And we did this cross up, which is fine, this M cross, but we never came down like on the other side of it, which is also strange. So the whole thing is just really odd. It's a really weird way to run up if we run up. I'm thinking we're still going to rug pull down, and then I don't know. I'd be pretty bullish if 265 held and then broke back out to 277. If it does it again, and I think it could be just going, like flying. But if we don't see that downward motion, I'm going to remain very skeptical. Remember, 275, 276. This area that I've got marked off in red, it's more than just this kind of local top. It goes back to this drop in value here that was established, and almost every single time that you have something like this, if you do not have a break above it and a hold above it, if there's just up thrust into it at the end of a schematic, it's pretty much always a guaranteed distribution, which means it's going to drop low. And in this particular case, kind of wanted to do that and just get it over with and get down there, but it's not. It's refusing to go, which I don't know, man. It's either a bear trap or it's a very obvious bull trap. The bear trap, it's kind of strange. If it's a bull trap, it's kind of like, yeah, let's make it look like it's going to run up, like it's going to go, just take off. This one's over here on the 14th, which I think was the same as this guy. That could just be this melt up moment. Just hit both of them at the same time instead of staggering it. It's kind of a bummer though, isn't it? Do I think it's going to go up to $27 in June? No. I don't think, I mean, like there's obviously, we talk about possibility, everything is possible, but like some things to me are more probable than others. And I've talked about this pretty extensively. I think we're going to see between 370 and maybe 460. Those are the most likely numbers, with $4.03 being like kind of the center target there, like the most likely of the targets. 375 probably being the conservative target. And then everything else is just extra. I think that's what we're going to see going into June. And then I think we're going to crap out and come down really hard. What would get me to change my tune about that, and this is the only thing that would get me to change my tune about that, is if we had like a pump to like $3 that somehow brought in a huge amount of volume and then dropped really, really hard and went ahead and went down to like a $1.80 or $2 or something. If we had a pump up here in the short term, like I'm talking about in the next week, and then it dropped for like 2 weeks really, really low, and it's like a terminal shakeout and it drives that on balance volume down low, I would change my tune about it. And I would suggest to you that, yeah, it may be a June run up. Otherwise, no, it's too early. I'm not on that bandwagon, and I understand why people are. I think it could be different for GameStop. And I think it's exactly like what happened in some ways, what happened in 2021. GameStop started its squeeze motion with upward momentum, and it was already in a breakout. It had already jumped the creek. It was already SOSing repeatedly, making higher lows, higher highs, while AMC was going down for a spring. So I do think it's possible that from now until July, maybe even as late as August 1st, that GME is up here like chopping up, going towards a big breakout going into July and August. And AMC is diving down. It participates in an up thrust here, and then it drives the other way. I've already done a huge amount of research and a huge amount of time, so I'm not going to go through everything all over again. I've spent way too much time on this stock, so developing an analysis, and I'm just going to stick with it. Sometimes I'm wrong, and that's part of life, you know. I'm not perfect when it comes to the technical side of things. It does happen, you know, but I try to be as right as I can when it matters the most. What I see right now is I see a stock that does not have any kind of a significant buy-in and any kind of a significant spring motion. And it doesn't really make sense to me to just take off here. It could be an LPS, but an LPS would have to break out and hold up here around like 4s and 3s and then break again. Then I would be like, okay, this somehow was very different than what was expected. But if there's a spring involved, this has to come up first, then it has to nosedive. And I don't think there's enough time to go all the way up to 4 and then drive all the way back down to a new low before June, which is only 3 weeks away, and then to see it run up. So I think what people are saying is they're thinking it's going to break out and just take off. What I think perhaps there's some discussion that could happen about it, because there certainly is some evidence that could happen. And I'm not against the idea, but almost everything I've found would indicate that you're not there yet. Like you don't have to be at this breakout point. You don't have to be at like $14 until August 28th. So what's the rush, you know? There's plenty of time to drive this price up, drive it back down, accumulate, and then break out. I just don't see the point in overly speculating about it. I also can't find any kind of a semblance of continuity with the idea that this is the bottom, because even like the most basic measurement of this wave would indicate that like it shouldn't be here till like the 7th of August. And the earliest that I can get to it is July 9th or something like that. So I've kind of said it a couple different ways and a couple different times. Several months ago, probably a year ago now, almost, back in like June, July, when we first did some analysis on this, we determined that if it didn't break out in July or then again in November, that it was probably creating a top and coming down into a bottoming period. The problem is that you don't bottom like this on AMC. AMC doesn't bottom with like this weird flattening. Whenever that happens, it's always necessary. I haven't seen a single time when this has been a real bottom on AMC, ever. So it's always necessary to kind of get that final spring. Then it could be a bottom, I think. But there's just no evidence of it anywhere. And anytime it has gone up after something like this, it's always been, almost without fail, it's always been bearish in the end. So I really see it like it's the exact same thing as what happened right here. Like I just see it as a repetition of pattern. I think it's going to up thrust, and then it's going to try to drive the price back down, and then we'll see. So it's not even about who says what I know there's people out there that look at the options chain and they say, well, the options chain is more important than your lines, and if the options say it's going to go, if it gets over to this price, then it's going to go. All right. And all I have to say about that is that the operators control everything in terms of like what you see. So if you're thinking that only TA doesn't involve options chain, then I don't agree with you. And that manipulation doesn't involve the options chain, I don't agree with you. Also, the options chain is more sometimes about sentiment, and retail can place some pretty huge orders and stack the options chain. But there's really never been a single time that I can remember where the options chain gave away a run before it happened. And some might say, well, it did in the case of that Roaring Kitty bid a while back. Yeah, like in retrospect, people looked back and said, well, this is kind of what happened. But like how many people actually saw it coming? Very, very, very few. And I saw it with the technicals, not with the options chain, and just the technicals on the chart, not the technicals in the options chain. So anywho, I don't buy it. I don't buy that it's going to just go all the way. And yeah, I've seen the diagrams where people are like, look, it's double bottoming. I'm like, yeah, kind of, except it hasn't. It hasn't actually dropped to the lows. It hasn't actually done anything with the on balance at all to bring it down. Like it's still way up here, and it should be really, really low in a spring. Is it breaking out right now? That's a good question. The answer is yeah, it is. So there is a hike in on balance right now. That's the first time this has happened in a while. So there is something noteworthy going on today and yesterday, which is that you're breaking out here. So it's starting. So one more flush down, if we get it, even if this hits a new low, if the on balance volume can stay high here, that's a really good sign for us, because if this goes down low and it makes like a new low here locally or on the bigger picture and just goes slightly beneath, like let's say it hits 245 and this on balance is still like pretty high, that's going to be very divergent, and it should be a very good sign for us. So I'm waiting for this to kind of rocket. If it just goes, it just goes. You know, this is a weird way to go, but sure. I still don't think it needs to go up to 20 something bucks in order, you know what I mean? I think it's pretty straightforward here. Been very consistent about that. So, oh yeah, we're going to be up. I genuinely do think we're going to be up there by February. So what I'm tracking is what I see as a 2-year cycle, and the 2-year cycle would mean that we're not leaving. We might hit like 1450 even on a bigger run up late summer going into like August perhaps. That's my timing for it. If it happened now, I think it would be no different, by the way. If it happened now, I think it would likely be the same spot. So even if it ran up right this second in June, going into June, I still think it probably wouldn't need to come above here, because this is really where that ceiling is, and all the creeks are right here. There's really very little reason to go to 20. Now, early on, we talked about 20 because early on, if it had broken out, yeah, like this is higher. But now it's very low, and it's triangulated very well with this region here. And it is a region that could be, again, it could be met in June. But I think if you went there in June, it would be pretty low. You really only have to get to like 12. So I'm thinking it's going to overextend a bit and go to about 1450. And when it hits 1450, you don't have a big pullback, probably really low. It may be very significant, maybe down to like 6. And then from that point forward, it should be mostly up. But I have to say, like, that on the big picture is a huge, huge deal. Like, it's a macro break if it does that. So we're really talking about, I mean, essentially like a breakout here and then a reaccumulation and then pushing up again. In the grand scheme of things, does it have to happen that way? No. But usually like it's fairly straightforward. It's in and out at a roughly the same angle. And then on the big picture, I've never really changed about this. This wave schematic is not a 2-year cycle, it's like a multi-year cycle. And I think this is not going until February 2026, which I said like years ago now, it feels like up here. It needs to come back up and check it. So the only real problem that we've had is the shift in the chart. So this is like repeating the same things that we've already talked about. But like there's a chart shift that happened. So instead of going all the way back up to like $100 or $90, that chart shift actually means that you're going to only go to here, which is like 45.50. That's okay though, because it actually triangulates really well with that gap fill. And it also triangulates with all the extensions on the parallels. So do I still think we're going to be there at that time? Yeah, I do. And the reason that I think that is because in both distribution and accumulation, this happens the same way. It will come back to that target. It's really about going back up and checking these historic levels here. And again, this got shifted, but I think originally without the chart shift, it was like right there. It was this mid zone here. Now the chart shift has happened, and I think that's what this is all about. That's why it drove it down to where it is, and then we saw the valuation shift. Everything's where it should be too. If you put the chart shift back on, ignoring the beginning part, you can see like it's right where it should be, and a breakout here, by the way, that goes up to like 1450 and it hits that top is actually going back up to recheck near the bottom here, which might surprise you a little bit, but it is. Essentially if you're pushing back up and you hit like 1450, you're testing this breakdown. Well, is that it then? No, I don't think so, because again, though that is part of it, that's part of the check, really it's that rising wave cross that matters the most. So my plan is not to trade to 20s. My plan is to trade to 14.5 and then reassess. And I have a whole lot of other reasons why I think it's going to go up to here instead of stopping. But yeah, this is the schematic. LSPY, bottom. This is the schematic we see all over AMC. Cat ear down. Drop. By the way, it's the same one we see right here, if you're wondering. It's also the big picture. And then wherever it comes down to a low, this should be checking this creek. And yeah, there's other interactions going on, obviously. Like I didn't draw the middle here. If you want to draw that, you can. There would be like a middle here, and there was. So there was like a backup here. Right? But this is the schematic. And then when you come out, this is where things get kind of interesting. Is usually you have a bottom here, and then there's a cross up. I think that we did get that bottom. You might look at it and say, well, it's in the wrong spot. I know, but the chart shift changes that. It's in the right spot with the chart shift. Like, it's actually exactly where it should be. What do you mean? Look at the creek. That's where the creek is, right there. And it did approach it. In fact, it hit it perfectly when we came up in December on that rejection. So I think it already did that. I think it did what it would be expecting to do, in that this has already been checked right here. So the next move would be a jump. So what I think we're doing right now is we're pumping up for a spring action, because we didn't come low enough, right? And so we're pumping up here for a final spring action. We're going to spring, and then we're going to jump the creek on the big picture. And that's really where you're going to get this kind of massive move. And this is the one that looks like it goes really high, and it goes to 14. and then it goes up again. And this is where you have, you know, a lot of these kind of theories intersecting, I suppose is the right way to put it, is that this goes up and checks this wave here that was broken. So this is like an early sign of weakness, and then it's just tested again later. This should come up and check it. It's just a really simple wave cross, essentially. And then that's kind of it. There's not really any other precedents. It could go up again, but it doesn't have to. It could be distribution, in which case it's just like a cat ear. It comes down. Usually it comes down regardless, because even if this were going to break out, it would have to come back down and then do it again. So this is the schematic I've been following for like 2 years now. I think it's the right schematic. And I think it's evidenced by the continual creation of that schematic as we see it. So essentially what we're doing in that regard is we're creating the same exact schematic, but on the small scale right now, you know, which is why I've been saying, like, there's possibilities that this could actually come up pretty high and then come back down. And we're talking about where does it come up to right now. We're really talking about pumping it up to bring it back down again. Why did that thing just go off? The food thing just went off. This thing's broken. Anyways, you get the idea. So this is a wave, one, two, three, four. Essentially, it's a short-term wave. There's a bigger one right here. This is the one I'm trying to look at on the big picture, and then also on the small picture right here. There should be a wave there. But we're missing pieces of it, you know. And on some levels, this would break out, and on some levels, it won't. So an example where it did not break out would be like back here, because it went to a lower low and it had a distributive element to it. This doesn't break out when it comes back up. It's the same schematic right here. It's a diamond structure as well, so you can measure it like a diamond structure. An example where it did break out, at least temporarily, would be right here, this schematic on this particular bottom. Did break out, at least temporarily. It jumped a larger creek body. And it jumps over the creek and it holds. So it really just depends on where you are and what based on is like how I would determine, like, well, what do I think happens? In some ways, this is still the exact same thing, and I've talked about that before, because it's still a distribution here, and it comes back down and breaks down and does like the cat ear afterwards. And this does the same thing, but it does have a creek cross that's really early right there. And then it basically fails and starts generating like what I would call like another set of cat ears right here. And then on the bigger picture, if you're looking at the whole, you would see that one. They're one and the same, though. They're part of the same thing. Iterations are not exclusive. They're combined. So anywho, there's no reason, though, like in any situation where you wouldn't come back up. Like, so even here when it was distributing, it still comes back up, which is kind of crazy, you know. There's a lot of different ways to illustrate it, but it still comes way back up to sell back down again, because it lacks that back test. Now, could it have failed lower? Yeah, I mean, maybe. It could have failed here instead of here. But again, like, where is that on the big schematic? Well, on the big schematic, it's not that complicated, right? On the big schematic, there's two spots that I would look at. One is kind of the top of this range, this area, which is now like 110. Again, that's looking backwards to this zone right here. $70 up to 115. Interestingly enough, if it hit that zone, it would be at like a high of 72 to 76 again, and that would be really similar to what we saw last time in terms of numbers. But then that lowest, you would expect it to potentially come up to 50. So I'm just of the mindset that the way this thing developed, it's developing like this. So it's creating a trend that's fairly succinct. And it is. This is what it looks like on the big picture. It's creating a trend that's fairly succinct, and then it's generating like a new trend top. I didn't really draw it right, but you get the idea. It's like that. So there's a huge intersection of points around 50 right now. Ours is a little different because of how dramatic, because this came so far down, because of that shift, this line is like really low. And again, all of the values kind of shifted down as a result. So even though this is in the right spot, it's like way beyond, if you look at where the shift is, it's like the whole thing moved down. So everything's still in the right place, but it's all shifted lower. So now the second breakout that we do is actually, the second motion is actually going to look like the first motion. It's going to jump that creek. But this, if you look at the shift, it was the first motion that pressed it. It just doesn't look like it's touching it right now. So it's bizarre because it kind of like shifts everything down and makes it look a little off, but it's all kind of, it's all kind of off by a bit. So our schematic looks more like this as a result. I think of that reverse split and all the ape stuff. I don't think valuation-wise it is a bad thing, though. I think it's easy to look at it and say, well, that's bad. It shifted it down. We got screwed. Well, yes and no. It's not that complex. Really, it's about shifting it down like that much, and that's it. So do I believe this is still going to happen? Yeah, there's a huge need to come back up. But I do think it potentially never goes above, I mean, frankly, 35, but I think it probably hits 45, 50, that zone. So anywho, right now, what I'm really wanting to see is, I want to see that the price comes down and the on balance sort of stays divergent here, because we haven't made that push yet. We haven't made that pop with the drop, and I'm really waiting for that to happen. And so that's a pretty decent hike though in on balance volume. It's higher than it was these last two peaks. So there's certainly something going on behind the scenes here, right? You can see it. So don't let the price action dismay you. If it does come back down and it comes low, just pay attention to that on balance. It looks good. Yeah, basically, if you want to look at it that way. That's fine. So the reason that some people get maybe a little bit put off by that is because they think that it's a lot simpler than that. And I actually think it is simple, but it's not the way it's simple in the same way. So some people will say, well, it's the same as this schematic, which, by the way, again, this is a 2-year long schematic. This took 2 years. And if you look at where the breakdown is, it's over here. It's not here. It's up here. This is the last major support, and then it breaks down and it comes back up again. This is a full 2-year cycle. It's like May 20th to May 28th or something like that. So it's exactly 2 years. And it's 10 months in the bottom. But people will look at it and they'll say, well, I think this doesn't matter. It's a simple thing. And then other people have looked at this and said, this is the January move, and it's doing exactly like what January is doing. To which end I would say they're all the same, right? They all kind of have that same motion. They're all this schematic in just different ways. Why? Because all this is right here is a top, and then all this is right here is a bottom. And the tops and the bottoms, if you look at Wyckoff or whatever, yeah, they come in different variations, but they all accomplish the same thing. And almost always you're going to have some kind of a buying climax, and you're going to have a distribution in a top. Distribution looks like the cat ears. And then at bottom, you're going to have like the inverse, right? You're going to have a selling climax and then some kind of accumulation that either has a spring or it doesn't. And then if you flip the chart upside down, it's going to look like the cat ears. So like every wave top and every wave bottom basically look the same. They might have slightly different outcome variations, etc., but they accomplish the same thing because ultimately the point of the bottom is to go back up on a sine wave. Sometimes if it's like a penny stock or something, that up motion is garbage and it's distributive and it does stuff like this, for example, and then sinks to brand new lows. If it's really bullish, then sometimes, you get that push and it goes to a new high. And then sometimes it's flat, but that's just trading, right? If you break it down into waves, it's very simple. So some people look at this and they say, well, I think this is actually January and we're only going to get one more move and then it's going to slump forever. Okay, that's fine. You could say that it goes to 14 and then just doesn't ever come back, or it slumps back down to the bottom. Big M shape here, jumps over, comes back down, breaks out later. You were wrong, Buxy, doesn't go up. All right, that's fine. But do I want to use this as the model for that and say this is January and everything else is the same? No. I mean, it's just kind of silly. For me, it's more like, okay, if it breaks out and it fails to advance, then yeah, sure, it comes back down and checks that creek. Naturally, it's going to go back to supports. It's just wave schematics. And instead of it being like inevitably it has to be this pattern, I don't think it has to look like this. I've been talking about how this could actually be very different because the way in which we traveled here is very unusual. We had this extremely heavy 100 million plus drop here. And it's strange. And I know it's because of the split to some degree, but then we walk down in a kind of an odd pattern. Usually the in and out trajectories tend to be fairly similar, right? But in our case, because it shifted, everything's a little bit wonky. I think it's possible we push out here. We don't trade very much except for maybe like 10 to 14 after we get done here, just like we did back here, and kind of come up to the top. But then when we walk out here, I don't necessarily think that we just kind of cruise through there. We could end up walking out sort of slow like. I don't necessarily think it has to be this big one single pump up. Because we haven't traded this in years. We haven't traded it since 2020. So we're talking about doing it again 5 years later. It's very possible that this schematic has some stopping points, especially given that if you look at the range here, it's essentially adding up to be that zone that we're going to travel through. It would make sense to me to advance once to 24, come back to 12, advance again to like 35, come back down, advance again, and try to push out at 45, 50, as opposed to doing it all in one push. If you get stuck in this kind of business of like, it has to be this fractal, then you sort of miss the trajectories that are being built. And I already talked about this one. These are low. Like, these are really low trajectories. They're slower than 2021. They built out slower here for whatever reason. And they started off much the same, but they've since changed. And especially back here from about September 2024 on to 2025, which is election season, they changed. So I don't know, why that would change, but it did. So the trajectories are just slower. It doesn't mean that it has to be this like crappy move. Maybe I'm wrong and it doesn't do this and it comes down and it stays at 7 for 4 months or something, and then it breaks out again from 7. There's all kinds of possibilities. It's not just a one-off kind of thing, but like, I don't like the idea of necessarily saying it has to be like a 1-2. What I will say is that if you take this and you look at it on the grand perspective, I know I've got a lot of noise on this chart. Let me go to a different one and I'll just like show you what I mean. There is a really simple pattern that is building, and I think it's fair to use it if you want to use it, and suggest that there could be kind of a January/June move. And it was sort of, as I said before, I know this is really similar to what we already talked about, but it's a channel. There's more than one way to do it, the channel, and I've done it a couple different ways in terms of patterns. But one of the easiest ways to do it is just bottom to bottom, and then going towards the top, and kind of, at this point, like I would use this as a platform because I think that's like a middle. You could go all the way to the peak if you want, but I'm going to use that as a platform, and I think it works better because it interacts with this as well back here. And then if you look, this is like the original opening prices, kind of like there. So if you do that, then yeah, it's fairly simple. You can see that this is like a cross down. It's a really simple wave structure. You can see that the interaction right here is on the middle. I'll make that middle really bold so you can see it better. So you can see the interaction right here from like 9 up to like 14. It's right where it should be. There's a creek jump, there's an ice jump, there's a middle on this channel. So certainly, like, this is an easy enough way to kind of look at it and say, yeah, it could be pretty similar, and then have it break out again, you know, whenever. In December or January or whatever of 2026. Let's put it over here. And it's almost exactly the same. So I'm not saying that you can't do what you're suggesting. I think that's fine. That's fair. And then this, you could see if you use the same schematic that it could be very similar, right? This is January, and then yada, yada, yada. That's February, March, April. Very similar. Again, what's the rush? You know, do we need to be up here in June, and then are we going to sit there for 6 months? I don't really get it. I mean, this is not 6 months of time right here. And it really closely relates to, again, what we saw in the beginning. I've mentioned this before, but this is roughly the same amount of time that is spent early on. So it's a strange thing to me to think like, oh, it's going to be a 6 month period of just chopping. That's a really long time. And it's too early. It's too early. This broke down in May. This broke down in August. So, and we didn't spend that much time up there, but we basically spent like 3 months, maybe. 95 days is about 3 months. That's about the same amount of time that you see here. This is 120 days. It's not significantly different. I mean, you count the extra little bits here and pieces, it could be pushed about 120 days. 120 days after June, it only puts you in I don't know. I don't know why you would do that. It puts you like in August. So the implication on that measurement would be that maybe you go up early and then you chill here for 3 months and then you break again. But then the idea that we'd be running in January doesn't make any sense. So what I've heard is people say like it's the reverse, like June and January. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I still don't think it goes to $20 though. I don't know why you'd do that. Again, maybe it's this idea that if it's 1-to-1, perhaps, I guess you could probably make the argument. Let's try to make the argument. So we're waiting for anything to happen anyways. So maybe people are thinking it goes to 21 right here. Like right away. Here, let's do it without all this other stuff on the chart. Yeah, so I suppose the idea is that it just breaks out here. I don't really understand how exactly that happens, but because again, I don't see the on-balance volume hike with the drop yet. I don't see the repeated iteration, but I suppose if we're just going to assume that that happens, then the idea is that it runs straight up here to June 6th. It hits $21, comes back down. I would have to leave in August because, again, timing-wise, it doesn't really make sense. And it probably would be like this. Something really strange about this setup. When I look at it like this, it's really different. Like points of view. Yeah, like that. No spring, just LPS and then go. And then this would have to go again right after that. So instead of August, or instead of, and that's the thing, I don't really get it. Because like, if the idea is that it goes in June, goes up into June, and then it does it again way over here, like that's significantly longer in the middle than we spent last time. And you might say, well, no, it's not, because it's the same amount of time, January to June, June to January. I don't know, man, that doesn't look right. It's not, though. Because if it goes up into June 6th, yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Thank you for that. You're a giver. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess it's possible. These are things that probably shouldn't be overly concerning anyways. But like I was saying, I think it would be like August. That's why I'm just not really sure I understand it's still August. Like, I don't know why it would go up in here in January. So the two don't pair together quite the same. That's what people are saying right there. I mean, it's not way out of left field. It kind of makes sense if you get up here early. If you're doing August to August, to be up there and be accumulating before August doesn't necessarily not make sense. And that is August. That's when we said that the iteration changed. Remember that? I do. It was like August 12th or something like that. And I said that it had compressed and then it started working outward. Things get weird after that, though. I don't know. I'm not going to complain if it goes up, but I'm going to just tell you that I'm just not really my TA about it. So, like, I generally just kind of think we're missing like this motion right here. I don't think it's necessarily going to be that long, but it could be. And that's what I've talked about before, is like this idea of it going even down into August and then just rocketing may actually prove to be right as well. This is like missing a big motion. And this did happen in in the same manner here. There was a similar motion. In the working out. I think I've talked about this before. So I'll check out beyond in just a second. We're going to 269, but like this particular motion is really identical to this motion. It's missing nothing. It's like right where it needs to be. We'll see. Most of what I've been doing anyways, I guess if you want to boil it down to like the difference of opinions, and if you wanted to do that, most of what I've been doing is really just based on what I think is likely for on balance volume. And like what seems to be the pattern here is not presented in the same way. Like we're missing pieces. And even looking at it from this helicopter view, I'm like, yeah, it's kind of what we thought. Because if it does the same thing it did here, it would have this kind of big push up. So I don't think I'm wrong about this. I could be wrong about the nature of the whole movement. I guess that it doesn't do this, it just goes. We've already kind of taken a look at that. It's on the other chart. There's a schematic where it just goes. But yeah, you could see how this works almost the same exact way. Wraps around this moving average. So it does this big pump up to like 450 or something like that. Basically, it comes back to retest this bottom and then comes back down, wraps around that moving average, and then it capitulates again, and this time it goes down low. Flip mode. Yeah. But again, like I think that we're not talking about different things, I guess. I feel like we're talking about the same things. Is at the end of the day, like this is the top and this is probably a bottom. I think the rest of it is purely like, what do you think? How do you think it gets from A to B? So nobody here is in real strong disagreement. And by the way, I think if it goes into a spring mode here, it really doesn't take that long. I've talked about it before and said that I think it could be that July 11th date. So that was before the Trump thing, which is kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, this doesn't look wrong to me either. So when I look at it, I'm not saying like it can't be this other way. It could be. I'm really just saying that I think there's a difference of how it gets from A to B, right? I don't think it takes very long at all. I think it builds out. And then I think this part takes longer. I think it's a little different than last time. But what I am suggesting is that there's not really any strong correlation. If you think if it's flip mode, that's fine. If you're just looking at options, which apparently is what Roaring Kitty does anyways. He's mostly just an options trader. Like he looks at the options chain. Is he a smart guy? Yeah. Has he figured it out a lot? Yeah. Could he be 100% right about this? Yeah. But I think when you look at it from the point of view that I'm looking at it, it's like this same breakdown did happen, and you could say like, oh, it's doing the same thing but in reverse. But I'm like, but we didn't do anything in May. That's where I'm kind of getting at with this schematic. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm just saying like that's got to be based on just options, which I'm not really privy on. So like I just look at it and I'm like, well, the breakdown clearly happened right here in August, and we've been favoring these August dates. So I don't know. I feel like anytime between now and August 25th to 28th, maybe even just saying September 1st to be safe. Anytime between now and September 1st, I think we could be up here. And another thing that I like to use is these trajectory motions, these guys. I think these are really legit in terms of like timing. For the most part, they do work pretty well. And this particular method is a little odd in this case because there's a shift. So I'm not sure if I would include it normally. But that time it took to drop here, I think that is like a buyback in later. I think it's essentially like an unwinding of those positions. So that only took, I mean, it was 50 days, which is kind of a long move. If you look at the bulk of the move, it was 29 days, which actually is much more similar to what we usually experience on that kind of upside. It took about 30 days here. If you look at the total moves. So considering that like the deadline for that move would be late August, then it could wait until August 1st, you know, and you'd still have plenty of time to get up there. I think maybe the biggest difference in these two is just simply like how long do you spend up there in this zone buying back in? Like, I don't know. We've done this a few different times. There's 265. Yeah, we hit it. Good. Good. I'm going to look at a couple other things really quick because people had asked me about it. I'm trying to remember the way I did this before. There were a lot of different ways to look at this wave. I think this was one. Yeah, it was like down to the low and then back out again, 56. This was pretty close to the same trajectory. And that worked pretty well. I want to say that the other one didn't work quite as well, unless you identified the middle. Was it 54? I don't think it worked though. I think we did this before. That's pretty darn close, but not quite. Anyways, so the in and out waves here are a little bit off. Another thing was the timing of the takeoff. And there's from the time it breaks out here through the middle and the time it breaks out again, it's pretty much exactly like right on this middle marker here. And that's a bit of an interesting one too, just dynamics wise. It's almost like a triple top motion. And if you do that here, it does not suggest from the breakout onward, doesn't suggest that you would leave till, or that you would be rocketing until July 11th, which again is that Trump date. So that's kind of a strange one too. I think there's a lot of different ways to measure it, is what I'm trying to say. And I'm not convinced that August is unimportant. So if we go early, we go early. I'll be excited about it, regardless. You're not going to have me sitting here complaining if it rockets to 20 in May. I promise. I'm much more concerned about this whole on balance thing. So I did look at Beyond yesterday. I'll look at it again in a minute. I'm just going to kind of get this pulled up and in the right spot. And I'm going to keep this on the 4 hour for now. That's a pretty gnarly little dip there. Let's see how my put did. I got one put to hedge. I bet it hasn't moved. My luck. Yeah, it's actually down 80%, which doesn't make any sense. We're literally like approaching 250. This is ridiculous. People are convinced we're not going to get there, I guess. Oh well. If it breaks 265, it's on the table. It'll probably happen pretty fast. I'm not too worried about it though. It's just kind of a bummer to see that not grow at all. The whole point of that was to like hedge against downside. It's not really working. So, all right. So yeah, it hit the 276, then it hit 265. So it's the same thing we saw in extended hours, basically. Just barely got there. No, I'm not seeing 265. I'm seeing 266. Still hasn't hit 265. That seems about right, though. All right. Well, what we can do from here is just develop a simple enough trend. It is 10. So that would be the kind of the pinnacle marker was right here. Around. Well, this timing's all weird. I was like an hour behind. But it's fine. It hit it anyways. Doesn't really matter now. It already hit it. Pretty huge volume right there. Then that's your creek. So once I get this, I'll check out the other thing. I'll just do that. Yeah, so I saw it yesterday. Let's take a look. This is double miss. It's pretty bad. That's really bad. I saw it yesterday and I looked at this and I thought it kind of looks like it head faked. I was looking at it more carefully and I saw the peak here. It kind of went over but it didn't quite make it. So you can see it's like a pretty harsh rejection and now it's coming back down. I'm not super worried about it though, because this flush, sort of like what we're talking about with AMC, it's needed. You can see the motion here is lacking like that drop. So the only concern I would have, I suppose, is if this just keeps capitulating and that moving average follows suit and comes really far down, because if that happens, more than likely you're going to lose some of that divergence in order to get that to drive down low. So does that make sense? Could it happen? Yeah, I mean, it could happen. What if it just drops? It doesn't go up. Yeah, I would say that this is the breakout target. So if you leave and you go really, really far away, let's say you drive down to like $2 or something, and it hits a low at like 2 instead of where it was, then you're really talking about coming back up to 371, not coming back up to like 471. So it is significant. So, I mean, you have to kind of keep in mind that like the shift down here it's not irrelevant. It matters. It would change, in my opinion, the target region. So if the goal is to get up and retest that top, I don't think they would drive it that far away. So there could be an effort here to try to get back to 350, which I think is where that drop is here. That may actually be a better target. In which case, yeah, I mean, this could be very low. Could be down to like 180s or something before it goes. So I guess my only real concern with this from a technical perspective is that it fails to hold the divergences it has made. It doesn't look good right now. It looks like it dropped that creek and it dropped this lower support. So it looks a little weak. So you'd have to see some kind of reversal action. But I mean, it barely head fakes, so double flush is possible. Unfortunately, let's take a look. We'll have to just kind of take it as it goes. They really needed a win. I mean, they really needed something that was like a surprise. I think that would have been better for them. Yeah, I think this is in play here. I think $2 might be in view if it doesn't immediately reverse. And I've already kind of mentioned it, but I don't think this is long-term bullish. Like, I think it's a bit of a squeeze motion play. So if it hits that $2 mark and it squeezes, and we'll just do this just to have another one on there, then I'm really looking at like a squeeze to, again, maybe like 350, and then it's probably going to drop pretty hard. I think it's going to go to like $1. I really do. I don't think it's very likely going to keep going because this company is really struggling. Really, really struggling to keep itself relevant and afloat. They've really done nothing very, very positive in the last few years. The main thing was they're putting some of their products in like fast food chains and stuff, and that was it. So unfortunately, and I'm not sure it would have mattered 100%, but fortunately it's a really big whiff. So this especially was already, not doing well. So they really need to start correcting that trend. And all they're doing is kind of proving the shorts right. So you lost it. You needed that. If there could have been a quick dip here, but then it would need to like retrace and jump. It didn't do it. So anywho, risk on play at this point. I think it's a risky one. I'm sure short term it looks pretty crappy. Yeah, it's already oversold. But this isn't one that I would think couldn't just keep going. Previously, it's been oversold and it was only like halfway through right here, selling off. So that would follow with the idea that it goes to 2. Yeah, it lost the creek that it jumped. This is the one I was looking at right there. And that's gone. So if it jumped one, it failed to jump the second, and then this turns into this kind of flattening motion. Kind of like what we see with AMC, where it's like flattening out. The good news, of course, being that it's getting a drop. So usually after that, it can then have its reaction if it's going to have its reaction. So if it goes to 2, and let's just say it doubles up even. Yeah, it's pretty close to 340, which is this bottom zone here. It might be just going for this drop off. If it does that. We're at 267. We still haven't hit 265. Thanks, DS. I appreciate it. There's nothing... there's nothing guaranteed that just because you do like hard work and chart stuff that it's going to pay off necessarily. But at the very least, you have a little bit more information at your disposal, and that's a good goal to have. So you can make decisions when you have different ideas. That's part of the reason why I'm not really sure I want to change my outlook to like a big run up right now. Yeah, it's doing that thing. This is pretty close to what we thought might happen. It did sort of dip that a little bit. What was the other one we were going to look at? So yeah, Beyond is looking kind of suspect. I'm a little bit disappointed too. Yeah, it just failed. I'm probably going to exit some of my position there before it gets worse. I'll give it a day or so on the rest, but we'll see how it shakes out. There was another one, which is CISO. So this is one I did not trade, but we had called for potential upside that goes pretty high. If it broke above 74 cents, it would probably come up towards this top zone here. I think it could still move a little bit. It's a pretty strong buying climax right there, and the volume's dropped a lot. So any other secondary move I would consider to be bearish if it comes up again and the RSI is... So if this breaks again, and it's easy enough to see that. Just look at the jumps here. If it does it, and it looks like it's already doing it. If it breaks again, I think it goes up again, and it could push pretty far into the dollar range, or attempt to. Maybe $1.21 because of this level here. That's probably where I'd look. But if that is divergent on like the hourly and the RSI doesn't come as high, but the price comes up and the volume's low, that's a sell in my book. I would be like, yeah, no. So, and it, you know, I don't know, with squeezes, things change. Then sometimes if it's squeezing, it just keeps going. But you have to decide how you want to trade something. So if I'm just trading it based on momentum and not on technicals or any other kind of technicals, I probably would just develop a trend, and if it breaks the trend, then I'm out. But I would be waiting until this broke the trend. So that's one way to do it. If I'm driving it on technicals and I see that second top and this RSI comes lower and the volume's lower, then it's making a new high on weakness, which is usually going to get rug pulled. And I'm really then at that point looking backwards at this trend and thinking that it probably then drops out and starts walking back down. It doesn't really make sense to hold through all that if you've made a good chunk of change. So really dependent on where we see RSI and all that junk going into this top. And then maybe even yeah, we'll see. The thing is again, if it's like going up on weakness and it pulls back, it's probably going to be like a wick. It won't even look like much. I have it looking like it's going really far. It'd just be like a really fast drop if it does that. So the only way this doesn't do that is and I got it over to the side here. It's all kind of the same ideas. This would be transcribed like here. It's a similar idea. The only way it doesn't do that, I think, is if it makes a support at like $1, like after pushing up, which doesn't seem really likely given the setup. I don't know. I think it's mostly done. But like I said, if you're trading momentum, just draw a trend and play it that way. It hit 265 on Webull. I mean, I can't tell you what you're seeing. I mean, there's nothing I can tell you about that. All I can tell you is that it's definitely not 265 here on TradingView. So it does visually look lower than these 266s. So maybe it's like a percentage of a penny or something right here. It looks like 50% of a penny. You can see it's like right on the edge of, yeah, but if I move my mouse over it, that wick is like right on the edge of 265. No, I can't see that. I don't have access to that data. I can look at GME macro, but I can't, I don't have any access to like 2021 short interest data. You can go to like the short interest, I think it's on the short interest reports that are on like Fintel. Maybe they go back that far. The ones that come out every 2 weeks. You can look up the short interest reports. I don't know if they're on Fintel. I said that. But they may be somewhere else. I used to go there directly. You just look up short interest reports and it'll come up. Maybe you could go back to 2021. Tell you what, let's go here and then let's go to GME. I'll tell you what I think is going on, and then we'll work on the bigger chart. GameStop is one that has me, I have a lot of curiosities about it, but I think it's doing the same things that AMC is doing, because AMC has a schematic that's played over and over again. We just talked about it. GME's also got a schematic that's been playing, and it does have a very simple wave structure with a breakout structure. So when you look at this big picture, I don't know. I know that people say that this was all like random. I get it. But this is normally what I would look for when I look for like a wave. I would look for where was the last resistances, right? Like where was it, excuse me, the supports, where was it holding on a trend? And then where does it like reject on that trend? And these are fairly consistent methods. So like you use this pretty much anywhere. You can use it on the downside or the upside. So this is what I would call like a cross trend or a cross wave creek, if you want to call it like a creek. I wouldn't call it a normal creek because it's not Because normally I think of a creek as like a upper or lower resistance, depending on direction you're trying to, interpret, not like going through the middle. But absolutely, this is like the middle wave. I don't think there's a lot of doubt in my mind about this one. There's a repeated jumps and attempts. Now, after that, and like reattempts on that trend. So it's like losing that trend and then breaking down. It does this while triangulating tops, which again, great way to do wave analysis if you know how to do it. So then what happens is that you see this work out essentially on like the big picture. This kind of same principle here of we're taking ourselves away from it and then going up. In this case, you can see this M right here looks a lot like the big M, and that's fairly normal. So when I started doing stuff like this on GME, I just looked at the same thing here, and it's the same idea right there. So you have a support zone and then you have a resistance zone. It's pretty straightforward. So this is mimicking a trend here and then mimicking a trend here, and you're seeing that gives you the new direction after it goes down to low. So it's like a slingshot. You also find that depending on how you do this, it can be quite precise in terms of like determining where that is. But what I noticed was that these are not perfectly parallel, but they're pretty close. And if you look at this as a large schematic of parallel structure, then it actually works out pretty well. Like most of these things tend to kind of play into each other. If you look at where the breakdown was and the breakout was in terms of GME, really it's here. That's kind of that LSPY level, right? So we talked about this on AMC a minute ago. And if you look at that same zone working out liquidity-wise across from it, so this is much longer because this goes from 2018 through basically 2021. And arguably you could say it's like January 2018 right here to January 2021. So it's 3 years, whereas AMC's breakdown took 2. This is part of the reason why I'm skeptical that they actually are going to run up together like it's being suggested, because if you notice, this is December 2020. Where was AMC during that time? It was like down low. So GME did have a run up, right, in this time period, but AMC was like driving the price down. It had like broken out, or excuse me, it tried to break out. It was like September or something. This is way off anyways. And then it comes down. It's like completely the reverse. So basically AMC is at like a peak motion in September, and then it's coming down low. GME is going up, and GME does this kind of slow breakout for like two months or so, and then breaks out. So yeah, looking at this as a series of parallels, is it using like a structure? Yeah, it is. So what I did is I went back and then I took that and I divided it in half. And I did this a couple different times in different ways. And what I found is that if you look at it from the point of view of the breakdowns, this actually looks like it's kind of meeting the middle. There's one other way to do this, which is to use the bottom here, and that's a little different. And then what it does is it shifts this down to here. And both of those seem to be pretty useful. So you can see it doesn't really matter where you place these. This is like the walk down. They're using the same levels they used back here in these walk downs. It's fairly straightforward. The reason why this was concerning, though, is because, as you can tell, there was a bit of a weakness here in terms of like the punch through. Based on where you set this up, maybe it's not a weakness. Maybe it just hits it. Maybe it's strength. Again, 100% subjective based on what you think is the breakdown level, so on and so forth. For me, I think it's fairly straightforward, and I think it punched through it. which means that if it comes down again, it's likely going to just break through here. And then it leads to the question, well, where does it go, right? There's a lot of places it could go. But if this is like the predominant kind of structure, I would suggest this zone where it kind of sold off and bought back in would probably be the zone that you would see here. Now, this wasn't a very popular opinion because it obviously means that it doesn't run up like everyone thinks it's going to run up. And it would obviously look not good to a lot of people. But I had suggested, it could come as low as like $6 or something like that because there's a pretty glaringly obvious lack of retest here. Like it's really strong. So one of my concerns was that, and then we're not there yet on this little analysis, but one of my concerns was that this would actually push up and go to like 50, but then actually come back down, which seems ridiculous, I know, but it would actually come back down before 2026. And then it would spring, and it seems crazy, but then it would spring way, way out and go back to like all-time highs. And that was almost like too crazy to even publish, but I talked about it on the stream because I was like, it seems a bit out there that it would do that kind of a move. The other alternative is that kind of like what you're seeing here is that this is actually, and even though this might look a little ridiculous, the truth is that if this is a iterative motion, then it's already kind of doing what it should be doing, right? Because if you see this as a wave that breaks out and goes back to the cross, then this is also a wave that breaks out and goes back to the cross. Then we would expect that to continue to happen. So there is a sense in which this has already happened here because it did go back up to the cross. It's a lot steeper, right? And this is one of the things I've talked about in terms of like iteration and movement. And so what I did is I did a dual. When I was starting to like kind of see the writing on the wall, I was like, all right, there might be like a dual. We don't need all these on the chart, so I'm just going to get rid of some of them. But there might be like a dual. I'll do those two, those three. Dual wave here. So one is basically going downward. It's a downward momentum wave to whatever end. And this is the one that I looked at and I was like, yeah, it kind of makes sense because if you have a cat ear, there's going to be that. Like it always happens, right? Because if you're coming down off of a cat ear and you develop like an ear two, well, naturally, like there's an S curve there, right there. But then the same is true if you're going up into a cat ear and it breaks to the upside because that would also develop as a cross up and then you would go back up. And so this would also be an S curve. So there's like two competing motions. So one is a downward motion to drive the price low, as is the case of like a spring or a distribution. That's this guy. There's also a motion to drive the price high. And I did this analysis on GME a while back. And so both of these are true. It's like a Schrodinger's cat kind of thing because until one obviously beats out the other because they both are the same schematic. Now, at first you might say, well, they don't look the same, but they are because in the end, the cat ear is still in the same place. It's just that this one fails and comes down. And it may even fail spectacularly because depending on how these trajectories are, this could be a pretty high push. Most of the time, it does come back at least to one of the previous tops. So we've got 32, we've got 45, and we've got 63. So like any of those is fair game for a distribution still to happen because it would just be coming back up. Well, it's holding up high though. Yeah, I know, but that's the problem, isn't it? In some ways, had this come down earlier, I think we would have been in better shape to suggest that it just runs because it's not elevated. However, and this is what someone's going to probably point out to me, this didn't come all the way down, right? And you're right, it did not. So when you look at this as a series of iterative movements, it may seem like, oh well, it shouldn't be there. It should come all the way back. Well, these are targeting, like, this is where I got that $4 one, which again, super low, right? These are targeting lows at like $4 or $5. They're clearly trying to get back down to like this level here, which makes perfect sense to me because this is the level that it broke down in 2019. This is the level it broke out in 2020. It's very logical to me anyways that you would go back and try to retest this level, considering you jumped the creek and you never actually checked it. That makes sense. All of this makes sense to me. Okay. However, what you'll probably note is that this actually broke out twice. It didn't go down low here either. So instead of going and continuing the S curve, right, like you could have just kept going down. So I mean, you go up for distribution. And the truth is that if you think about it from that point of view, this is potentially like a repeating phenomenon that could just keep repeating until an ultimate top, which is why I'm thinking this might not actually need to go down first. So on the one hand, it may sound a little confusing at first, but like basically if you take this and you apply this forward, it's essentially like the same schematic right here. It is. All right. So what's possible is that GME continues to do the same thing until it does a more macro distribution. So that would sort of imply that it continues to, and I'm just going to scoot this up a bit, it continues to do this to the upside, right, until it can't anymore. So the concept would be that it's going to pump and pump and pump and pump until it finally like finishes and then it's fully distributed. Normally, if I looked at this again on a big picture scale, I would suggest that this is like the middle of a cat ear. It looks like a bottom, and then this is like a 1-2, and it's missing a 3-4, and we're in like kind of a middle zone, and then we're missing like a 3-4, right? Which makes sense. How does that play out here? I don't fully understand. I'm not 100% sure. But one thing we learned that was kind of interesting was that there's a pretty strong correlation between what we would see as these kind of middle of the S curves versus the, I think it was like right there, versus the, so like where does it cross up over the creek, the S curve? It's right here. And then where those cat ears are. That this is basically like splitting the difference between the ears. And that matters because in the grand scheme of things, and I don't know, I was asked to do a macro analysis on GME, so that's what I'm going to do. So if you guys are like, oh, I've already seen this, well, I guess I'm just doing it again. That this would make sense to me as the middle of the ears. What that also means is that there's another one right here. So presumably, okay, this is going to continue to like iterate outward, and it doesn't. The question that I had was like, does it work? And the answer is yeah, it does, and it's compressing into this region. And I'd have to go back and look at the other chart now to just double check it, because this is very loose and the other one is extremely tight because I did it like exactly. But I want to say that, yeah, this also looks like kind of an October sort of deadline here on the end of all this. So anywho, what I decided to do was to kind of do it again, and I think we did it a couple different ways. But there seemed to be a pretty strong correlation between these motions. Needs to go to the right point. And so there's danger, of course, in that if this does distribute, it's going to go down really far. So you're kind of looking at it like probably like I am, like, oh, that doesn't look too hot. Well, no, it doesn't. And the thing is that each time this thing has developed a downward trend, the bears clearly are targeting that same point. Like there's no variation here. Like it's exactly the same. Again, I did it kind of loose like, but if you do it right, you'll see that there's really no variation. It's all exactly the same. So there's, in my opinion, this is very not controversial, I guess. It's only controversial because people think it can't happen because it's GME. But in my mind, I'm like, meh, you know, I think what the goal here is to come back to sub this level right there. If you look backwards and you see where it did cross the creek, like that's the first stop, and then check out where it backed up to when it had that big backup. Backs all the way up to like 960. Now this is interesting because if you look at the backup here, it's actually much the same because this backs all the way up to a level that most people are familiar with right now, which is like that 1775 area. So notice how like both of them are avoiding, like they're not going all the way. They're getting kind of close, but they're kind of avoiding going all the way down. And just sort of ditching away for the upside, ditching away for the upside, ditching away for the upside. So they're kind of dipping close, but not getting quite there. So that's why I think that if it does distribute, the capitulation makes sense because you would finally drive down one on one level and then one on the next level. It actually makes perfect sense to me. That's usually the way you would see it, is like a fulfillment, right, of downside. But that's not all there is going on here. So there's also upside. And we talked about this because, again, you have this idea that if it jumps up and then it breaks out and over, who's to say that it can't be an upward iteration, right, if it does that first jump? So have we done that? Maybe, right? And then the question is like, well, if it does do this up thrust, is it actually jumping over a creek here? And again, maybe, because it could be. And so this could be just, again, exactly like what people are saying is like, is this going to be this big squeeze motion because it's going to continue to jump up? So instead of iterating downward, it iterates upward. And right now you can see we've jumped over. You hit a resistance here on earnings. We went low as possible. It did make a weakness, right? I think that's like a double sign of weakness to some degree because it dropped through there. But if it holds, and it could, is this not a cross up? Well, it is. So the idea of this running up right now in May still makes sense to me. The idea of it just continuing to run may or may not make sense. But what I did say is that if it iterates, and this is what I did over here, and this is not the right one. If it iterates upward, this is what you kind of get because you're basically avoiding going backwards every time. Eventually, you're going to kind of get into this pinch point. When you get into that pinch point, it's still dangerous as all get out. Most of the time, if it were doing an iteration upward like this, I would be pretty bearish. I would say, yeah, it's probably going to crap out and not be good. But it does seem that the divisions here would favor moving at least all the way back up to the top. But then you get this interesting little dilemma, right? Which is that if that's the case and it just keeps iterating the same thing, so again, this breaks out and then it does the same kind of backup and then breaks out, you'd have a series of like pumps that, again, come down, and then they break out and they break out again, and they come down and break out again, so on and so forth. What's crazy about that is that it kind of leads to a bigger question mark, which is if these guys are going up and finishing their iterations. So if this finishes its iteration by pumping up and retesting 34, then the next one would finish its iteration by pumping up and retesting, 60. And then the next one would pump up and retest its iteration by, You see what I'm saying? The question is like the shrinking could go on in a way that's kind of bearish, or it could go on in a way that's very bullish. But then you would expect this to kind of just squeeze up. That looks a lot more like, because if it's completing these guys, boom, 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 with LPSs, why wouldn't it complete this one with the LPS and ignore the spring? So what's the alternative? The alternative is really weird, which is the one that I said I don't really get it, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me necessarily, but it would basically be like a massive drive down before you drive back up. And there's two ways to interpret it. One would be like, let's say it pushes to 32 and then it drives to this low here. Well, that tells me that it may need to push here and then drive to the low here. So again, this is not a perfect science because of course it could change character, but then you would expect this next drive to actually come way back down. And it just looks like a gigantic widening at that point. Like this would flush, pump, and then flush again really hard. And then it would do one more pump here. And this would go presumably to a new all-time high. Right? And then it would actually drop all the way back down to like $6. So this is a very strange one because if one works out with a pump and dump and the rest of them continue to follow suit, that's the result, which is very strange. And I don't know. I mean, it kind of makes sense because if they're just trying to like get people out of it. And then I would see that as a widening right here. You can see why. So you'd have this like push and then a drop and then a push and then a massive drop and then a massive run up and then a big distribution down. And this would be the final cat ear, which actually, again, does it make sense? Sure. Like it makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's a wiggle in the middle, but that's normal. Like, cause you would have like a middle between the ears. And this first one might not even go down. It might be divergent. You know, it could drop really low, hit like 17 or whatever, but this may not actually go that low. And then it breaks out and runs really hard. So it's like a question of how does the smaller iteration play out? So when I was looking at the big picture, I was like, well, there's more than one wave. There's actually like 3 or 4. So this is a massive one right here that certainly could play into a bigger motion up. There's also a slightly smaller one. This is interesting though, because this actually starts earlier because the breakdown doesn't start till here. The run up though starts earlier, so it actually ends later. And this kind of gives some evidence of what I'm suggesting, that this could actually end up being both. They're not exclusive one or the other. Both, by the way, if you look at the chart carefully, both are very much at play. You can see visually speaking, like they're extremely interactive. They really are. Like both of these interact very, very strongly with the price action. It just depends on, you kind of have to soften your eyes that they're both on the chart at the same time, but they're both extremely interactive with the price action, which is really interesting. It's like competing up versus down, right? And I think this is very likely the case that they are competing. So we're seeing right now that there's this competition between what's probably like a distributive wave where it wants to do this cat ear down here versus like one that fulfills to the upside. And that's it. That's my macro analysis for GME. If you want an answer, I'm not going to give one because I don't have one yet. It could be both. And that's the crazy thing about it, is like there's really no reason why this couldn't be pumping into May 2026. And before you say like, well, that's way too far, it's actually the same. That's the same motion that was made here. So if you're talking about like price movement, if you come back down to like 6 or 7 and then you break all the way up to like 300, which is still crazy, that's the same move that it made over here. It's just that this is a different way to get back down before springing. But it's identical otherwise. Pretty interesting, right? So I'll tell you what, I'm not anti anything here. I like GME and AMC. And I definitely could see the argument that this is just going to go and then break out and go again. I will say this, that again, looking at this big picture, if this breaks out by September, then it's very similar to what we saw with AMC in terms of these iterations. If they do this markup, it's a very similar motion. The timing actually makes perfect sense to me because of the same concept back here. This walkout right there, which is potentially happening right now, right? Like this is what people like Roaring Kitty and stuff are saying, right? Is that, well, it's already done this. It's this downward motion and it's about to break out and it's crossing up the creek right now. So it's essentially like in the same exact zone that it was right there. That's the thought, right? Well, yeah, but remember, this starts chopping upward, and those are iterations that are completing. They're getting really, really small to the upside. It's essentially the same exact thing I'm saying. What's crazy about this is if you look at that timing, again, and look at where it's going in this time period, this is pumping out from August. Really, it starts, I guess if you were saying now, like it starts August 2020, and it runs through January 2021. We go to AMC, and AMC is looking like it made that bounce. If you look at August 2020 through January 2021, you guys are like, I don't know if I'm going to like this answer, Booksy. You probably like it. Probably. So while GME is doing that, AMC, this is August 2020 through January 2021. Looks familiar, right? So if we saw something similar right now from May through, if it goes from May to July, even just May to July, right? And then it breaks out, or May to August and then breaks out. I kind of used the wrong chart here, but May to August, May to July, something like that. You look back here and you see that breakout. This is like the same as this going up to 30, 38, 40 and chilling out and then pushing up again and again and again until it reaches the top, which would be right here around 60. And then it would just run really, really hard. Okay, so if that's what happens during that time period right here, again, same deal. I think you have to look at what happened on AMC and see it differently. As soon as this hits the breakout, this is September. It's right there at the end of August going into September. Right at the end of August going into September, AMC does not follow. It goes down. Now it does pump up. It does a pretty decent sized pump right here. It goes up into September 3rd, from the bottom on August 20th. So there's still like a 10-day period of upside. But GME just kept going. That's August, roughly the same time period right there. So I guess my question is, does that line up with the expectation that we need to make this big pump and then drive the price back down for a couple months or a month or so? Yeah, it lines up with my expectations. Does not line up with the expectation that we're just going to run up. So again, it's a question of like how you view the chart, I suppose. It runs up with my expectation that as this goes up into June, right? I mean, everybody's expecting a June squeeze, just like what happened in 2020 going up into September, perhaps, if you want to look at it that way. Going up into September, perhaps, it looks like great, or going here in November, it looks great, right? But then it doesn't, it turns south. So I think it's important to note that during this time period from September through January, AMC's going down into a spring, and that GME from the time period of September through January is actually already moving up. So I find it to be very, I want to say comforting, is not the right word, but I find it to be very interesting because I think Roaring Kitty and I both might be right at the same time. For example, if he thinks that the chart's squeezing, but he's really talking about GME, he's probably talking about this idea of like, we're going to start pumping up in May, right? And then break out, you know, at some point. This would already be part of the squeeze motion. It took a long time, but he'd be basically talking about this, right? It's starting to break out in June, July, and into August, and then it just rips. But meanwhile, AMC, June, July, and August, it does go up at first, right? Probably has this like really big rip at first, and then it drives like the opposite way. So it goes up part of the way and then drops back down. That's if we're most fortunate. Is he? Okay. He's going to get in big trouble one day. So I find that they're both very consistent with themselves, I guess is what I was trying to say. Like, if GME does this continual pump in LPS and it refuses to go low, and AMC does this pump but drives the price to a new low and just does this over and over again, then it makes sense. They're both doing the same thing that they were doing back then. They're just doing it in a different way. So is it? Yeah, it's going pretty far. Well, that's good. I'm glad it didn't go back below. So for the record, this was one of the levels we had as a backup, and then would break out and potentially just keep going on this S curve. I don't really want to see it like head fake here. So let's hope it just keeps pushing and bulling through this, but it should be going up to that point. So that's good. So my calls should be doing very well. Yeah, one would think. Some of them are up 200%, which is good. Yeah, it looks fine. AMC is still very flat, very down. My eye on Q is way up. That's over time. Nintendo's up a lot too. 50% this year. It's crazy. I've owned Nintendo for a long time, and it's been paying out a lot this year, which is good because they can help pay for my Switch too. Since it's so ridiculously expensive. No, I like Nintendo. They did a split a while back, and I bought it well below $14. It's up to like $20 now. It was before they did the movie stuff too. I don't know. It's a 150-year-old company. I mean, there's not that many of those left in the world. And they're one that continually is profitable. So they could go belly up, but they haven't. I think they're very resilient and very smart. Plus, they have Pokemon, which is ridiculous. It's like the most lucrative video game brand of all time. Even though their games of late have been garbage. NU is one that I bought in again. That's NU Holdings. They're the one that had a startup bank in Brazil, and they're doing very low cost because they don't have a lot of overhead. So, because it's an electronic banking, and it's been taking off. That and a couple others like that. I think SoFi is another one that people talk about quite a bit. Fang, this is one that I said, and this is this one's kind of a mixed bag. I was reading up on it last night. They had their investment meeting recently. I mean, they double beat again, so I don't know. They double beat last time too, but it didn't seem to matter. They have really good fundamentals, and they're very smart business people. But I was saying, like, this looks good, except it needs a drop. So it got its drop, which is good. You see it got the drop down right where I thought it was going to be. That's great. It actually looks exactly where I thought it was going to be, which is even better. But I've got to be honest, this one's a little bit concerning for me. So I'm going to like wait and see what happens. I'm not going to just ship it and say, oh, it's going to fly. Because I don't think Trump understands the oil industry at all. And I think he's confused, and his administration is confused because they do not seem to understand that you can't simultaneously drill American like shale and fracking and all this junk and expect it to be profitable, but also simultaneously drive down oil prices per barrel by encouraging Saudi Arabia to overproduce. So they've driven oil down to like 4-year lows. I mean, they're not going to get gas prices any lower than they already are. So, but the problem is then you have oversupply of cheap oil. But you can't lucratively drill in America for that cost. Like, they can't drill if it costs them $65 a barrel and then sell it for $60 a barrel. Like, that's not going to work for their business. They wouldn't have enough profit to like keep themselves afloat. So I don't know. I heard a lot of that drill baby drill nonsense, and I'm like, first of all, it's already an industry that's fossil fuels that's going to be doing nothing but declining over time. The difference is whether or not you have, Bitcoin's over 100K today too. It's crazy. The difference is whether or not you have kind of a high amount of demand versus a high amount of supply going into the last 50 to 100 years of fossil fuels. So I don't know, man. He was talking about it because he wanted to get prices down, but you can't, it doesn't make any sense. This is a very black and white issue. Like, you can't have both. You can't have profitable American drilling and low oil prices. It's that simple. So I think the Saudis are the only people that are going to benefit from it. And I was like, they talked as much about that in their earnings call on the 5th. And they were like, basically like, yeah, this is not sustainable. And I was like, yeah. It's weird though, because like that's their campaign trail was like that we're going to lower prices. I get that. But then they also said we're going to increase production. And I'm like, no, you can't do both. Like it just doesn't work in oil. Like it just doesn't. And especially with OPEC, because they're able to produce so much and they do it for cheaper. So it's like, it's hard to even make an argument for American. So anyways, Fang is Diamondback Energy, and they're the largest in the Permian Basin for oil and natural gases and stuff like that. But like they can't be profitable if oil prices are being, like they can't be as profitable, right? Now they're doing a good job right now, but long term they can't be as profitable if oil keeps being driven down, which also explains why as oil prices have come down in the last 4 years, they've really topped out here. I saw a lot of great targets that were really high. They're all basically wrapping around like 230s, but from analyst point of view. But I think, and this is also a really good retest of like a lot of creeks and stuff. If you look back on these levels that are being checked, it's all good stuff. Technically, it's fine. It definitely looks like it could have a pretty big rally over the next, year or so. But when you read about oil, you're like, meh, this doesn't look ideal for American drilling companies. So it is what it is. That's all there is to it. There wasn't much else to say about that. I just think it's an interesting conversation, I guess. I've talked about MPW, and some people have asked multiple times. I think it's going to come back down. I can't ever guarantee anything in the market. What I thought was happening here is likely this is like a kind of a rising head and shoulder. It's like a wind up and unwinding. But once they're done unwinding, I think it's gonna rocket. I don't necessarily think it has to come and make significant new lows. So there's still a question about what happens now versus later. But I think on the whole, this easily could be thought of as like a head and shoulder mark, and this still has some downside to go. But I think once it's done, it's done. I don't think it's going to continue to drop. So the encouraging bit of this would be if you take this and you just draw this as a series of like parallels. This should be like a final wind up and unwinding. So I mean, maybe at lowest, I kind of already have it on the chart, but maybe it comes to 462, which would make sense. Like that area is the big one for me. I think if it can get there, it's dipping backwards into this original platform of liquidity when it first came down, and that makes sense to do that. So right there before you leave. So it's just a big back test. I think honestly at that point it may just go. I'm not 100% sure, but it may be that simple. So it's the art of the deal. They get Saudi to lower price on the thought of us drilling and then lower prices without us drilling. Yeah, but then you don't have drilling. I think what I'm saying is that the companies then suffer, American companies, which the Republicans were all like, we're going to create jobs and all this stuff through drilling again. We're going to use the resources. There's no reason to drill if you can't make profit. So like Diamondback reduced their drilling operations already. Like they're doing a reduction. They don't need to drill. Well, guess what that does? People don't have jobs when they don't need to drill. You know what I mean? Like if you're cutting back, then you're scaling down a business. That hurts American businesses then. So it's backwards. That's what I was trying to say. Like, it's a backwards. Some things in the world are very like nuanced. They really are. This is not very nuanced. This is very straightforward. It's like super simple. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think he did something similar in 2018 or 19. So anywho, Palantir just rocketing, man. So much for those puts, huh? Getting obliterated. I thought it would go back up and retest 113, 114, and then come back down. And instead, it just kind of blew past it. It's just going. There is still another hook level here. It's pretty much at it, but we'll see. It may just go all the way back to the top at this point. And of course, I exited early, my long position. Yeah, to me, this is like an S-curve, and frankly, it looks like kind of overblown, but we'll see. It's Palantir, so I mean, it could just squeeze. AMD's up, Tesla's up. SPY's still kind of churning upward. IWM is up 2%. I mean, everything looks like it's kind of going into that mode that we sort of expected, which is good. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't mind keeping CISO on the chart, but I kind of already said my piece about it, so I figured it would come up again. I'll keep it on the chart, and we'll take a look. It's at $1 now. The thing is again, like volume has drastically been reduced, and so if it picks up in volume, we might see a change. It should be a peak at some point, peak volume, but as it approaches 121. But if that RSI stays chill and the volume stays chill, I think it's doing it on weakness. So I don't think it's likely going to hold it. But yeah, we'll keep it on the tab here. You talking about Palantir relative decimal? Yeah. I mean, it's a great trade if you got it to the upside. I kind of got burned on it because I thought there was a pretty low chance it was just going to rip again from where it was. It looked like it didn't come deep enough. But that's kind of the nature of the market, right? It's like sometimes you're kind of right, but you overthink it and it ends up being pretty straightforward. So this right here is a gap, and there's also like a potential for a hook value here. So this was a rising wedge. It dropped. It did not complete the wedge. It didn't even come back and retest. But, if it buys up, it buys up, and that's all there is to it. It's the same thing on the big picture. You'd still look at this and suggest, like, well, is the volume behind it? Is it divergent on different time frames? So on and so forth. It very well may be that this is what needs to happen. And we overestimated, or underestimated, I should say, the need for, like, a bigger push. You can see, like, the rise here if it breaks back up. And this is like a hook. So could be both, right? Or it just runs, right? Just keeps going forever and ever. Never comes back down. It goes 200. If I had seen that, what I thought was going to happen was actually pretty simple. I thought it would come down to 102 and then it would push up and make a higher push and then probably chop and come down again. And so I had this idea that it was going to do this move, but like later, and then come down a little bit further and test. Instead, it just avoids the test altogether and just rips the other way, crosses up and over. So, and it did have the pullback, it just didn't go low. So it was a misstep. It happens. Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't come back to 96 though. This is kind of the reason. My reasoning was that there's a breakout here around 100, and I just don't see it. It didn't look like it got checked. So, is it an SOS? Yeah, I mean that's the thing about these charts is like we have to kind of just take it for what it is. There was a sign of strength right here, and then it broke out, and there's another one right there at 100. I'm just looking at 100 thinking, well, it didn't get checked again. And if you look at the gap there and then the wave formation on this wedge, the wedge target was like right there. So it's a pretty good bear trap if it was a bear trap. Everything was sort of lining up to suggest it's probably going to come back down to at least 100 and then maybe even lower. But instead it gets propped up and we'll see. Like I said, a squeeze is a squeeze, you know. I don't worry about TA as much when things just keep going. I'm like, okay, it's just going to keep going. This is starting to look like it might actually happen. I'm a little bit nervous. Yeah, this is where I put it, but we still haven't made a higher push. I don't know, man. This looks like weakness to me. It would have to like break here and then hold high to keep going. Otherwise, this looks fine in terms of like where it went to. We just said it was going to probably come back to 265 and then go. And kind of did, so we'll see. If you're wondering why I'm so back and forth, it's because it's not holding the breakouts. Like it just keeps breaking out. Like this pushed up high and then drove low, which is fine, except that I would have preferred to start low and break out and go up. And instead it went up first, which is kind of odd. This whole thing, this whole schematic here on AMC is wonky to me. And I know I'm looking at a small time frame, but I'm trying to keep myself grounded on the idea that this is probably I wonder if I did something wrong there. No, I think that's correct. I think that's right. It's just ugly. It's a weird schematic. This is probably still fine, you know? Like that's an M cross right there. So I don't know. It's a weird dynamic. This is super ugly. And I don't mean it in a mean way. I'm just saying like it's just not pretty. It was very irregular. And then to go up and then down again was really strange. If it does follow through, I'm like, huh, you know. It's a very odd way to move. Wolf. Right. I can't really like go crazy detailed on my expectations per se, but I would say that this is almost exactly what I thought was going to have happen, which is kind of freaky because this doesn't normally happen this way. I had drawn this out a while ago and I got out a wolf. I'm just telling you the truth. I got out right here at like $4 or something when it came back up. So the reason why I'm not like sold on this just breaking out and going isn't so much because of earnings. It's more because of what was left behind. And it's the same thing as everything else. It's like You could leave it behind and just not come back. But if the chart has been historically kind of weak, why? And also, if you have time, why? Like, why leave it? I don't know. Unless it's like a squeeze and they're just trying to leave it behind. It's possible. So I'm looking at it like it's a cat ear, and I'm trying to determine whether or not it's going to be bearish or bullish based on that alone. So it'd probably be a good one to come back to end of day and see if that is hooking. So if it ends up underneath it, I don't know, man. First of all, I probably wouldn't even trade earnings anyways. I'd trade the results of earnings. So if you're looking at this like, oh, I want to trade it, I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of trading. I think it's easier to trade the after earnings than it is to trade earnings. Because like what I thought was that this was going to come up and cat ear distribute and go across this trend and then break down. What could happen, and it's not impossible, what could happen is that this does come up and over and then it goes, right? So like that would be the equivalent of like a crossover where you're basically breaking out and running at that point. And even still, because of where this is, it's not impossible that that's still like an upthrust. So it's a very difficult chart because it did breach a little high here and then rejected. It might try to do it again and then still have a rejection. So this is a very high risk play. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I would even test earnings. I would just wait. It doesn't feel worth it to me to try to trade this. And if it rug pulls, it's going to come back down really far. Like it could be back down to like $2 again. So, because there's nothing there. There's no back tests. There's gaps galore down to like 250. What could change this is news about a Trump like exemption, oh, he's doing the CHIPS Act removal, but he's talked to them directly and they're still going to be able to do this or that. So you can see why I'm concerned. There's there's clearly evidence this is trying to get back, maybe to this trend. Long story short, I just don't feel very confident about this chart right now. So, I'd be cautious in this zone right here going into that gap. Because even if it hit the gap fill, that's what I'm trying to say, it's still like right there on the edge. Not trying to be wishy-washy. It just really is that close. So it was different down here. This was definitely a buy, and we bought it. And then it ran up, and it hit the target like exactly. And we were like, all right, now let's get out. And that's it, right? But now it's like I could definitely see this getting kind of stuck. Is there an opportunity to buy this, and not miss out, so to speak? I mean, the opportunity is probably at like 225 just to get shares and just sit on it. I would suggest that we're probably in a situation it's kind of straightforward. So if you see a fish is on sale, I do need tuna. Yeah, that still looks right to me though. It almost doesn't matter which way it goes. Like, this still looks like it could be right, you know what I mean? Like, this is still really close to the same spot. It's just a bigger motion down before up. And then you can see by the target, it doesn't really look like it needs to get there until June 12th. So I think $7 June 12th seems likely. It's going to come back here. Where are you? Ew. No. No, get off. Get off of the... There you go. There you go. What did you eat? My cat just vomited. Hang on. But yeah, this is kind of what I'm thinking is like, it doesn't really make any difference if it drops at earnings versus kind of runs up into a corner. I think the drop is a better play. So I'm not saying I'm rooting for it to drop, but it would be a better play if it dropped back down first. So it might be a better buy at like 265. I got to clean up this cat vomit. Hang on. Lovely. I don't know what you ate, but it smells horrible. You're fine. You're not in trouble. You did have some sad choices here, I think. Whatever you did. Not much here, cat. I don't see anything. Well, your brothers don't seem very impressed. Yuck. All right, that was gross. Yeah. I think it's going to try to go. I'm curious if it gets that gap fill and then drops. But I think the next time it does, if it goes up here and then drops, I think the next time it'll cross up and over. Like a pretty decent move here. Maybe into late May, June. It's a good chance if it goes down to like 260s that it'll come back up. That's a big move. It's already done a big move. And, you know, if it keeps going, it keeps going. I mean, maybe it's not this dramatic. It's just a matter of pull back and then just kind of chops up. Thanks, Jen. I appreciate that. Very kind. Yeah, I've been putting in a lot of time the last few days. But I also think about it as like just trading, so just trading. Yeah, my cat got sick, I guess. My wife was sick too, man. She's been home for 2 days. We thought it might be the flu, which I was kind of like, oh no. See, somebody has the flu in your house, you might get it. Not COVID? I mean, it could be COVID, but. I don't know. We'll see. All right. If it goes to the higher triangulation here, yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, I think maybe the flu just kind of goes around. And there's also allergies, and allergies can cause people to, like their immune system to get all wacky. And at first, that's what we thought it was because she's had some allergy problems this year. Mine have kind of come and gone already, but hers are like sticking around. So at first we were like, oh, maybe it's allergies, but then allergies don't make you sick. So we were like, okay. And she did have a sinus infection earlier this year too. She's had a rough year for illness. Man, I don't like this. Sorry, I'm like staring at AMC, like looking at this on the 6-minute chart, and I'm like, why does this look so bad? I really don't want it to just like crap out here. I wonder if there is some kind of reason or rhyme to that though. You know what I mean? You'd be like, nope. Well, so I always use like the 4-hour because I just want to be consistent, and I think the 4 hour is a good time frame. It kind of splits the difference between long and short. I think it's probably the shortest long-term time frame, right? But I do wonder if maybe there's a little bit of both going on to some degree. Meaning like, for example, like right here, see how this on the like longer period of time drove back to like a creek. This is an hour. See how it like came back down. It's interesting because from a iterative standpoint, it doesn't look like anything's really changed. It just looks like it drove back down and checked that creek, but it's still like flattening out on the bigger picture. So it hasn't yet made that cross up on a larger scale. But what I'm curious about is I wonder if on like a smaller scale, the things that we're talking about right here would present themselves. They might. So you would see like a push and then a backup, a push and then a backup, push and a backup on like each consecutive time frame. And they've only happened on certain time frames or something like that. I don't know. That's a weird thing to say, but without having any way to back it up. But let me see if my thinking about it might be right. So let me try. Yeah, like see how on the hourly it had like jumped up? This one would be backwards though, because you would expect it to go short first. Maybe. All right, well, let's hypothetical for a second. Let's say this is actually not advancing, right, just yet. Let's say in theory that this is going to advance, but it's first going to go down, let's say on the price action and make a new low. So you would see this as like iterative motion down into the pocket. So this would be like the second iteration. And it did make a higher low, which is a change of character. I don't know. So it's hard. Maybe it's hard to prove that because if they already made a higher low, then it's already changed character. Unless you think that it didn't make a change yet because it's not done. In which case you're really just here. You're in this kind of like pump up mode where you're pumping up towards 278 and you haven't done the drop down. So like this hasn't happened yet in reality, and it's gonna happen. It just hasn't. It has changed character though, because even if you think this is gonna happen still, the good news is, guys, this is good news, is that this has actually changed character already, because this went and made a lower low and this did not. This made a higher low. That's significant. It is. Because this was already like sinking down and it had already come below the bottom. This is higher up. So it's already changed character. So in theory, this drops, on balance volume drops, it catches, but if the price comes down and makes a low, I wonder how I would do that. Like how I'd measure that. I don't know. Let's get rid of the crap on this chart because there's too much stuff on this chart. Let's use this one. Excuse my language. I'm just trying to see if it's feasible that we still have a drop incoming, and I think it's possible. So I don't want to like freak anyone out, but I think it's a very real possibility here. Yeah, so let's say, for example, it looks like it's going to go. It kind of does look like it's going to go, doesn't it? Just stare at this for a minute. It's going, Booksy. It's going. It's at 275. It's going to break. It has to break. Yeah, but this happened before right here too. So there's a really similar motion where this like chops up and then it drops and it comes out and it looks like it's going to go, but then it's distributive. And this is actually one of the same motions that earlier was kind of like a fake out motion, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right here. See that? So there was like a fake out motion. And then we actually came back down on top of that creek. See that? So like this little dude looked like it was going to run and it didn't. And it even had like the hike up and then it dropped through. So let's just keep that in mind. I'm not saying it can't run up right now. I know we already talked about the change of character and the slight differences here. But in order for this to hold, it has to then like break out and hold that breakout. So in the difference would be, of course, that. And that's not happened yet. So let me see. Let me use like the best one. Up, across 276. Hit 278. Oh my gosh, it's going to go, Booksy. Oh my gosh. Maybe. What would be a change of character? Well, if it goes up and it dumps, it's not a change of character, right? But if it goes up and this holds, which this did not, then it's a change of character. So it would hold the breakout, presumably, and just keep going. This could have happened back here. It did not. I guess it could have, but it did not, right? Oh, so let's see. So if this comes back down, it cannot go back beneath like 270. It have to like keep going. And that's an if. That's an if statement. I don't know if it's going to come back down. If it comes back down, we don't know that yet. You got to be patient. It might be going, it might not be, because the same thing happened over here, right? So when we look at it from that point of view as like a flattening out, right? These motions are tricky. They're not exactly black and white. I'm trying to like stress that right now so you're aware of my thinking on it, because this technically happened the same way over here. You know, let's look at this for a second as a separate entity, but let's look at these two blue lines. It's going, Booksy. It's 279. Why are you still talking about possible downside? Because that's the way I trade. It is. That's the way I trade. Because if it goes, it goes. That's great. We have the chart for that. We already know where those targets are. But if it doesn't, I want to be aware of what's going to happen. So last time it did break out, and then when it came back down, the difference was like this went down here and then slumped. That's exactly what happened right here. And that was on March 26th. And once it slumped, it went to a new low, but it had already made, again, like 2 signs of weakness back. I think it was 2. I don't remember it double bottoming. It might have double bottomed, but it definitely made a weakness here. And then this weakness drives the point home because it ends up coming back to where that weakness was later. This is different because we hit that marker and we did jump it here. We held it and we jumped it. So we would have to just not come back below again. 270. I think if it comes below 270, it goes to like 263 or loses 265, it's just done. I'm going to say it right now. I think if it comes below 263, it's probably just done. So that's just a break of the ice, all that jazz. You don't need it to be more complicated than that. Because, and when I may say done, I don't mean dead. I just mean if it goes back down through that level, it's going to go low. And it's not necessarily going to make a low that's permanent forever. But just like it did back here, see that? There's the ice break right there. It did both. So it's the same setup. You just want to see like either it does the same thing or it has a change of character and a different resulting action. So far, it's not done anything yet, so we don't know. The volume looks a lot stronger on the move out. So it's trying, but it's probably going to try to come back and test 271. Honestly, this came really high last time. It went all the way above the previous top. So it went up to 283. I would rather it go back first. If it goes to 271 first, I'm more bullish about it. If it goes to 283 first, I might be a little bit more squeamish about it. Okay? There's a reason for that. But right now, let's just leave it at that. So if it goes above here, then you definitely have to hold. But I'd be really worried if it hits that and then slides hard. I would prefer it back up, then approach the resistance and break it and then back up again. So have this drive through here and then basically SOS and run like that. Basically. I mean, it doesn't have to be that long-winded, but you get the idea. It could be really fast. Doesn't really matter to me. That would be fine. But like, if you approach this too early and then you back up, you run the risk of sliding through it. So if it slides through it, it's going to come down here. How else can we find that value? You use the wave cross. That one's easy though. I don't think it's that simple, but yeah, basically. I probably wouldn't have used that. I would have used this peak right there. So it would be a little bit off. So that was the peak when it broke out to the upside after crossing up and over. I can't really tell. That's not good, guys. It looks really slow. This was way faster though than the first. Darn it. I really don't want it to go down now. Can't get there though. There's not enough time. There's basically no way to know where exactly that should have been drawn. This is really the only creek I have, so there's really nothing else there. I mean, you could use a steeper one like this, maybe. That's a possibility. That's a big maybe. So that's a maybe. That'd be like the fastest scenario. The slower scenario would actually be really slow. It'd be way over here. Man, it'd be slow. So if this drops through here, that looks like the 14th. That's super slow. Slower than I expected. Potentially it comes back through the floor. I don't disagree with that. I just don't know if that's what happens right now. I don't think it's very likely to happen before you see $4, just to be fair. I think it happens. It could happen. On this chart, this is roughly how I would draw it. Essentially. If it did that. Be a lot faster though. This part would be slow. The first part would be pretty fast. And then I could drop low. If it just dropped, it's just really different. I don't know. I put the 40, I think it was like 403 or something like that on here. Yeah, like this. And then slip through these levels, hook here, and then slip again. And then chop up till June 6th or something. And then death. So this kind of makes it look like it doesn't even run till like Wednesday, which is really slow if you do it this way. Really, both of these kind of make it look like it may not run till Wednesday, you know? Those triangulations are really different. They were very, very fast. So this is a very different outlook. But yeah, after it dips, then you see this green line here, the next green line working itself out. Oh, I don't know where that came from. Why is that off? It's in the wrong spot now. That got moved. It's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be here. There we go. I must have accidentally moved it earlier. Yeah, it should have been right there. So then it would be the same thing. You would have like a big, yeah, it looks right though, because then you'd have a big buy-in. So this could happen. You'd have a big buy-in up to 256, 250 something, which is like what this did. See how it backed up right here? This huge auto reaction goes all the way up through the blue, which was the previous creek line. And then it also goes to the previous floor. So the blue and the previous floor are triangulated right here, right there. So it would go to like the blue and the previous floor, and then it would back up. And I think this backup probably represents a backup to the floor, quite simply, which is back to this surface. Honestly, this is the kind of run up that could just go if it did that. I'd have to see what's going on with on balance. But yeah, so it looked like it's going to run up. Maybe, I mean, it could go a little bit faster than that, but I don't know. This would be a really hard one to watch because I think it'd be slow and painful to watch it go down like that for like 3 days. That's the same move, and then it does it again. You know, I gotta say, as much as I don't like the idea of like another iteration, if this were to hold and cross up instead of down, this is a pretty good case for
You're not following me.
you all right?
No.
This is a pretty good case for a actual like squeeze play into May, like a real one. It's still missing that big motion, but I wonder if they could do something like that where it runs up into June 6th, end of May. I don't know, just ideas.
Can I ask you a question? Stop.
Just a minute. All right, I'm back. Yeah. So anywho, in the grand scheme of things, right? If we were looking at this and it did drop down, we would see this as a low, and then it'd probably do something very similar. But it had to be like a compression that works out. These are not hard and fast necessarily based on what we're seeing. We'd have to just kind of see it through. But yeah, if this goes down and it comes through this level at like 265, really wanted it to hit 265 this morning with more strength. I know it hit like 4 times yesterday. I know that. I just really wanted to see it this morning, like really strong. And I just feel like we kind of barely got there. It bothers me. All right, CISO is up to 105. IWM's cruising on up to 202. SPY's way up, 570. Some of these are just as expected. I mean, AMC's lagging a bit, but it's moving. Some of these are doing fine. Some of them are a little bit off. GME still needs to make a push. I mean, it hasn't really advanced yet. So GME is in a bit of a pickle. It needs to make a push above quite high, actually, back above like 28. It moved really far. So it's got a little way to go. Just a minute. Hang on just a second. Sorry about that. Keep dipping in and out. Yeah, we have to see this SOS here. We have to. $264. Mine still says 266. It does not say 265. But like I said, it went in extended hours. It went down there like 5 times. So I'm even more convinced if this just runs right now. I'm like even more convinced that this thing, if this just keeps going and doesn't come back low right here, I'm almost, I mean, it sounds weird, but I'm almost more convinced that it's just going to keep running. Or no, not keep running, but come back down really hard. So So it looks like SPY is up to 570. It's over the top. Let's see where the trends lead us. Schwab says 265. Okay. All right, I believe you. Yeah. This is a level of resistance potentially right here at 570. This is a previous bottom and then a repeated shoulder marker, I guess you could say. So Yeah, we just popped over this guy too. It seems a little bit irrelevant, but I actually think that probably matters. Again, this is like one of the dominating downward trends, so it's trying to reverse it. It needs to get over those levels. This would be a good place to back up and come back down to the top here at like 68. Maybe even chill out till Friday. If the market keeps running, it keeps running. I'm not going to say, oh, it can't just keep running. That's silly. I'm just trying to caution in case you're sitting on a gold mine and you're wondering if it could come back. Yeah, it could come back. And there's the second target. So I don't know, man. Everything about this looks pretty solid. It looks like I didn't think it was going to stop here, but that's because I deleted my other line. But I had another line here that, or another, you guys know this. I'm just telling you. There was another one right here that said it hits like 555 and then just goes up. So it's definitely a possibility. And there's also a possibility, as nerve-wracking as it is, and I don't want this to happen, that if it starts sliding back down through the creeks, that it comes really low. But I will say that this was the call out to come back up, ride this momentum up. So far, so good. We really need to see like a huge pop here in order for my calls to really explode. I'm not sure. Looks like we might have some trouble on this level. Oh, come on. Booksy, use your brain here. Is this a short-lived rally? Or does this keep going? Think about all the different parts. M cross here, 1, 2. But it's iterating, so it's getting smaller. There was a rising wedge. It pushed below that wedge on some time frames. In some situations, it already did. It's really like a parabolic kind of move, which is a very difficult one to read because the rug gets pulled anywhere on the parabola. I don't believe it. Actually, wave 5 could be any length. So it can't be the shortest. Okay, it's just probably going to be shorter. Strike while the iron's hot, as they say. Monday the 12th. Why though? Why come all the way back? You've already checked the level. Or is that just like a pivot to a top? The widening, first widening was here. That broke out. Normally you go back to the top of the widening, where the widening began. Which arguably we've already done. We just did that. It's 570. The second one, which did break, needs to go to 600. Really counting on this S curve to finish. Monday the 12th. This is also clearly compressing. I think that's the most concerning thing right now. This is the hourly. It's already broke down. I tried to. It's like regaining its footing. That's pretty fascinating. Where are those markers on the chart? Can't see. So that's on April 29th. Tuesday, April 29th. It's here. And the other one is May 1st. End of day. Interesting. Here. Okay. Okay, so there's a possibility. It's a little weird because the MACD is not really my favorite example of this, but there is a possibility that this is, it's kind of both. Like it's using, on the RSI, it really coordinates quite well with what we see is that breakdown here, and that is the middle of the S curve, which goes quite high. On MACD, it's actually a bit different because there's a top and a bottom here that are being used, which just did whip around. And I mean, it has a really simple structure to it. It looks right. So it's like a very simple like rejection, jump, and then it lost the support here, it kind of bled through it. So there's a possibility. I'm kind of like looking at it like in my head, I'm like, it's sort of like if it were to come back down, where do you go kind of thing. There's definitely a possibility when this needs to come back down to like 564. And what that does is it presents itself as a potential kind of an SOS, but also like a consolidation period. You really don't know how long this needs to last. So this ends up being one of those things where it seems a little out there, maybe to some extent, but I could see it consolidating right around that previous top and then also achieving sort of a backup to check this creek here, which it seemed to jump over. Like we did check this one very thoroughly, very, very thoroughly. There's another right there, if you see that. And that one's not been tested very much at all. So if it came backwards, there's a lot of intersection right here on Friday. I wonder if they want to bring it down to that's like halfway through the day. It's at noon. Bring it down to 565 or 564.50 midday and then bring it back up. And consolidate around the top going into Monday. Something like this. And then Monday could just be huge gap up kind of thing. I mean, you could start it on Friday. It's not like it has to be here, but and it could definitely get going on Friday. But this wouldn't surprise me in the least because it lacks that cross of the S-curve, in my opinion. That might be needed. So, I mean, let's say, for example, it did go back down and it hit that. That doesn't necessarily mean it couldn't rally on Friday. You could have it go up even higher on Friday and then finish on Monday, you know, do that. Just kind of back up and then go again. This is like the bottom of a wave, so it could be that simple. But it also could be a consolidation into Friday. So you run the risk of like not getting whatever it is you're trying to get options wise. I mean, it's always, in some ways, it's always easier if it just runs because you don't have to worry about this kind of stuff. I'm just looking at it pragmatically, and I think there's a possibility that it's going to come down and push again and then find a support Friday back here. If it holds right now, the previous top, then there's certainly a chance it runs up. Which is 568.37. If it does not hold 568.37, I think there's a very good chance that it's topping off and it's going to come crashing down through back to here, which is 565. And then chill out tomorrow, may pick up again, but it probably chill out tomorrow regardless. That'd be like step 1. So, well, I could just keep running. Don't get out, Booksy. Do what I want, man. Who are you talking to, man? Not talking to anybody. Yeah, so there's a trend. We can follow the trend. Yeah, that's fine. There's a good trend there. I'll just get rid of these now. It's just extra noise. This one I don't want to get rid of just yet. There's a little bit of a danger there. I think on principle, I'm just going to get out. And I'll find a buyback in for SPY. I'm up 200% and I'm up to 70% on another. So it's kind of silly to just sit on it. There could be another buyback in for sure, but I'm like feeling good about it. So I think I should just get out and then I'll come back and get back in if it backs up. And if not, I missed out. Oh well. It doesn't bode well for AMC, unfortunately. So 200% on 2 different call options setups. Very good. My FANG calls are up 2 today. A little bit. Not much. CISO is at 108. Wolf's at 443. Palantir also kind of looked like it maybe have tipped a little bit. AMC looking kind of shaky here. I don't like the look of it. Shoot. It did push that, didn't it? Mm-hmm. Dang it. It's crazy how much of a fan that created, how much space that created right here for a potential bottom. It creates a huge amount of space here. Like an incredible amount of space. Like a month's worth. Because of that rejection, if that rejects and comes down, it hasn't happened yet, but if it rejects and comes down through here, you now have like a drop zone right there. Everything's kind of lining up to look like that might happen now, which I don't want. But there's clearly like evidence of it. And I had talked about it before, like, hey, coming down. But this made like a premature advance. So if it doesn't do it now, if it's not ready to go, it's definitely going to iterate again. And I think yeah, I think it does the same thing, but it's kind of a good news, bad news situation. The good news is that it probably would run after that, for sure. The bad news is if you have like short dated May calls, which I do, some of them are, then they're going to be burned up and smoked. Because this wouldn't go anywhere till like the week of the 27th. If that happens, this is a really long period of time. I mean, it could go Monday the 19th if it happened like really fast, which does add up. Both of those are dates we've talked about. None of those really match some of the earlier suggestions. Yeah, I think that 4-day weekend is starting to look likely. It's hard, man. It's hard to say. Like, why would you do that and then not just take off and go to the moon, you know? Then again, I guess it's kind of the same question as we had before. It's like, you already know why it might not do that, because even if GME were to start running there, AMC could go into like a, still could go into a spring motion. God, I hate this chart right now. I got everything too close. I got everything too close. If I'm off by like a week, I'm gonna be pretty peeved. I'm gonna be really angry. Not with you guys, obviously. But I'm just gonna be really frustrated. The odd thing about this is like it's setting up the way it's setting up is it's setting up as if this is going to go down and hit the floor. if it comes down again. And the question is, if it came below, if it hit like a penny below, is that enough? Without having any real buy-in before the spring, is that enough to have a spring? Sometimes you look at something and you just see your inadequacy, you know? And that's how I feel right now. I just feel like very unsure. That could be like a low pivot, you know. We've seen that before, where the 19th ends up being like where it hits like its final outcropping. It wouldn't make any difference, I guess. Timing's the hardest thing. It looks not great. But like I said, it's kind of good news, bad news, because the good news is I think it's already changed to some degree, changed character. The bad news is that without that upthrust, we're going to be really left wondering. And I'm not really a big fan of this 4-hour either. You can see it right here in the build out. Like it's almost like if you were kind of removing this and just looking at it like as a mirror, you might suggest that this has a potential push up right here, you know, into the 19th. You know, obviously that distance is pretty shallow by comparison, but if you took the same distance and applied it downward, you'd be looking at here back up to 370. So let's see, what's that? 66 degrees. Oh, I can't do that. I want that one. My problem is that you can make, yeah, it still looks like the 19th. 66.13, 66 point 1.13. It's like right there. I can't quite get it right. We'll get it close enough. That's close enough. There. That's the trajectory out. So when does it hit that level again? Even if it does, if it only hit 360, it would be by Friday the 16th, or at least that would be the bottom. It'd have to be one of those two. But I think that this is just trajectory. So I think for this one, you would say, no, it's going to go all the way by then. And then the next one is the 22nd. So that'd be like the 19th through the 22nd. Would be the run up. You might look at it and say, well, yeah, but that trajectory is not even being met right now. And I would suggest to you, yes, I know. But that's the normal kind of venture of the thing, is that it wouldn't be necessarily from this point if it goes low. Because if it goes low, then it's made a new low. So you have a new trajectory, right? But if that's the low, and it doesn't make another low, and it does kind of just hold and go, this trajectory still stands. Even though it's like way off, this is now what we call a slingshot. It's going to gravitate towards it. It's going to like pull it up. I've done this like 20 different ways at this point. So I know you guys kind of understand what I'm saying. The implication is that it's there by the 22nd. At least the trajectory implication is it's there by the 22nd. Which is slower than I expected. SPY's holding on. They may just go again. I'm not mad. I made 200%. So if I lose it, I lose it. I'm a little bit nervous again about this guy. I think this is all it comes down to. Is just a matter of like, are we missing a downward motion? And if so, where is it supposed to be? I feel like we're missing one. I'm pretty sure we're missing one. It's not there. There's like a micro M motion, and it's like it doesn't have it here, and it should be on like the 14th. I'm not so sure it needs to be there though, because this was during the breakdown. It could be during the breakout. It might be as something like a push-up that then pulls back. And we had seen that on the other chart too. So I'm overthinking it a little bit, I know, but it'd be like this, where it pushes up and then by the 14th comes back down, which is actually pretty consistent with what we were expecting. And then it goes again. So on this example, oh man, it's just that, oh, it's breaking out. Maybe it just goes. Breaks out, it breaks out, Booksy. Yeah, so unlike this example, this is way behind, right? The market's already like pushing up towards its highs. But remember, AMC and GME left last year when IWM was like 80% up the trend. It was already almost there. It really was like 80% of the way. So it had already made most of the move without AMC and GME. And then it gets there by like the 15th, which is very consistent with what we're seeing here. It's already like way up the move, right? This is like a gigantic wedge. And look where it is in relationship to the wedge, you know what I mean? It's way up there. Let me flip this around. So if it's going to come up and hit, which is what I think is like 206. Yeah, it's like right now it's at 85% of the distance. So the timing could be right in terms of like, oh, it's time to go. It's just struggling. It has to hold here, guys, or it's going to go low. But I think we've already said that enough. And if it does, I guess it's going to look like this. And this is really weird because we didn't even have this on the chart till yesterday. But, I mean, better late than never, I guess. This would pump up and then probably not go again until Monday the 12th. And then it would be up high again. Could even be Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday, and then potentially back down by Wednesday, which is consistent with what we see to some degree on that RSI, because the RSI is like missing a backup. Or which one was that? Which time frame? I think it was the 4 hour. Yeah. So it would look like AMC, this is kind of inaccurate because this just looks like it goes straight up, but it would basically be like AMC goes up. Let's do like a kind of a combination of the charts real quick. So it goes up to like 296, craps out and doesn't run again until Monday. So almost 3, and then craps out until Monday. And then Monday, maybe into Tuesday, this runs up to 338. And then it comes back again going into Wednesday and Thursday that week. And this could be like a whole long thing. It might run again, it might not. This is actually pretty consistent with what we see here, because then if it runs again on Monday and it runs Monday the 19th into Thursday, it does track quite well with the expectations here of like it widening out, and then it's like a bigger run up. I mean, I get the feeling that could start on Friday. It could be even back up by then. But let's just say for argument's sake, it's not there yet. So this would be like a really fast move Monday. Kind of makes you feel like it's not going to go anymore. But I think it'd have to go one more time. Why not just rock it and then come back down? I mean, if that happens, it happens, right? Then we'll definitely get that pullback. Wednesday, that's where the big pullback would happen. Crap out. But I think just looking at it from that point of view, it doesn't really look like it would have that big pullback till Monday or later, just on this alone. Just the timing of this makes it suspect. There's one here that's like a pullback, but it's not, it's like in the middle of the, so it's this guy, it's like in the middle. And then you'd have another one, so that would be Wednesday, you'd get a pullback. I don't know, maybe it just goes up into Monday the 19th. Tops off. Maybe it does hit the 4, but it does a little bit of an extension, and then it comes back. It's a little late. It's a little different. Otherwise, it's pretty close to the same. So I'm not going to say it's coming down, guys, unless it breaks through 265 again. Okay? So I just want you to know that. Like, I'm not bearish unless it comes back. I'll say 265 to keep it really simple. In reality, if it went down below this creek right here, it may already be gone. That's like 270. But so maybe I'll do 2 markers here. But I think it could come down there and hit it. It would just be like very, very close, you know. I'm glad it backed up first, though. It didn't go to the peak and then drop. It went up and then it backed up to 273, which is good. That's a good sign. That's not a bad thing. Had it gone all the way to the top to start, I'd be a lot more concerned. So what we have done is we made an advance over 276, and then we're backing up, right? Yeah, it looks a little bit ugly. You get the feeling that there could be a big rug pull here. I feel you. You can see the widening there. It's very strange. Boom, 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 boom. So certainly if it dropped again, it would be coming down really low, and it would be miserable. Yeah, yeah. I can see. I just don't like this idea of, at this point, doing it, but it would come down low enough to break down, be below here, which is where it would need to be to break down. So like, in order to hold it, and then later you'd break out over there, by the way. So again, it wouldn't be horrible, it'd just be different. So in order to hold this up right now, you would just keep it elevated above this particular 270 mark. If it holds 270, I think it could just go. And it may seem a little bit out there, but you got to remember, like, if this is what I think it is, and it ends up being this like up thrust, then you're getting an up thrust here locally on this iteration. Up thrust. You're also getting an up thrust on this bigger iteration, right? And so on and so forth. So it's like it keeps building out onto itself. So the next one will be this guy, and then the last one would be this guy. That makes sense to me. That's why I was looking at it like as terms of like, yeah, this could definitely happen. That it goes down again, but it has to drop that ledge. It's not enough just to say, oh, it's going to definitely go down. I don't know. You know, we don't know that. We're panicky and weird about stuff sometimes because it's me. But I think that we don't know that. So let's just wait. If it doesn't go down, it doesn't go down. But the rest of this does work very, very well in terms of the levels that would be met. So I think there's a lot of consistency here. And we looked at that yesterday, and I thought it was highly consistent. So I did. And I still do to some degree. It's like, this is one. We're sitting on it right now. That is like a middle. It's like the middle of the ears. And then you can go back up. And there's another one right here. And this is like the middle of the ears. Right there. So this would be a pretty massive move, potentially. And then the final one, if there is a final one, would be right here. Middle of the ears. So this actually does add up quite neatly to a very straightforward setup. The reason I don't necessarily think this goes down right now is because I'm wondering if they don't need to because of there's no need to get a spring yet. You just take it away from the floor and then drive through. It makes more sense to me. I think that's a classic distribution technique. That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, so this like weakly holds above. So I wonder if the first one, we had triangulated it to there, but I wonder if it actually pulls really far back. Like, I wonder if it comes all the way back down to at least like 281, kind of like where we are now. Yeah, maybe. This could be a really bad, like, this is very consistent with what we expect to some degree. I think some people were like, why not just go straight up? That's what you said. Yeah, I know. Like I said, it doesn't make a huge difference to me. If it goes straight up, it goes straight up. You're going to get a more bang for your buck. You're definitely going to get more money from it if it just goes straight up. But based on where these levels are, I think they're in the right spot. So I mean, and it could be this squeezy thing where it just rips after dipping low. I'm just not gonna draw it. Whatever, just like that. There, it's there. It's on the screen. You happy now? Man, I'm excited. It's good. It's good nervous energy. It is. It's good. It's good to have some nervous energy. If you use it right, it's going to be very powerful. Yep, I think it could go. Keep forgetting about that double bottom there on RSI. And where that started, well, I think it was at the 4 level here. It's the same place you're going to go back to, that divergence. Getting that on balance breakout, no doubt about it. Haters might hate, but I called that part right. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Feeling good about it now. I don't know why I got so worried for a minute. I guess I just got worried because this is on a thin wire. And it's like always that way whenever stuff like this happens in the market. It's always like on edge, like it could just drop, that kind of thing. But if it were super easy, then everybody would make money on it all the time. You know? Know what I mean? I think we're right, though. I think we got it right. I don't think... it's weird that my call options are still really, really down. I don't know. Is anyone else like that today? All of my stuff is like down 40%. Can it still squeeze to 5? Yes, because even though it's a little bit ridiculous to me, like I think it's too far. I do think that like it just feels unnecessary. You don't need to go that high, but there is one marker that stands out, and we already did this analysis the other day. I don't want to. I can't go through these like every single day all the time, but yeah, like there was one that went to like 5 because it has a macro hook value there, right here. It seems ridiculous to me. I still think it's ridiculous. So I'm just going to tell you, it feels ridiculous because 520 is a gap value, and I get where it's coming from. What I don't get is why would it go that high on the bigger picture. It's a little bit different than what happened over here, and this is the reason that I talked about it so much, is because when you look at this as it is, this just came back up and hit this top region, and that's that. And that iteration looks right. Came back up to here. It was close to what I had thought it would come to when it did go. But what's strange about it is then if you take that backwards and compare it with the shift to where it went, it looks like it went right up underneath the previous floor, right? It didn't come up to fill the gap. It only went up to like just beneath the previous floor. But then there's an inconsistency there because in 2020, it doesn't do that. It goes against the grain and goes towards this this hook value right here. Actually goes all the way up to the hook value, and this trend ends up getting tested. It seems way out there. It seems ridiculous, but it actually fits like a glove when you compare these moves here. So it's very odd because this move right here that triangulates to this point, it does come very high. And this does come way back into the range, you know? It's like in the center of the range, basically. And maybe there was something else to it. I had theorized at one point that that might be the way they were determining like the slingshot of this move. And if you go back and you do like a 50-50, it does very, very closely show you like that's probably what was in view there. It's like this pullback. So that wick does more than just come test this level and test the middle liquidity. It also, and test this trend and all this other stuff. It establishes a creek here, which you're then going to jump. It's all kinds of stuff, right? It's great. It establishes like a creek here, which you're going to jump. It goes back and retests liquidity. It brings in a huge amount of volume and then dumps it. All that's true. But then it also establishes like a backup zone here, a breakout zone. This cross obviously is met, but then when if you look at the doubling value, it's like the way it pulled back here. To me, it looks like the slingshot was intended for this 74 now, which is, you know, interesting because that's now the, they used to be like the all-time high, but it really wasn't intended necessarily to go that high. It didn't have to, right? But it did. It overshoots it and then comes back down on top of it. And that's where it consolidates before it drops. And then it comes right back up to that level again. Seems pretty evident that then I wouldn't say you could draw like a conclusion and say it has to be this way. But it seems very likely that that is supposed to be like a halfway point. And especially given the fact the on balance volume went crazy here and then dropped really, really low, it also makes sense because that creates, again, this idea of like pulling back an arrow and or ball in the water kind of thing. So when I look at it from that point of view, and I've already done the shift and I've talked about this to some degree. If we go and we look at what's occurred already and where we are, we're shifted. Obviously, we're not in the same spot. We're in a different spot. But largely, like, these are the same. So I don't know. I think you could make an argument that when you look at it from that point of view, that this has to go like halfway from wherever the move's going to end up. So if you thought that the move, that sounds complicated, you'd have to begin with the end in mind. And we have ideas because we think it might go up to 1450-ish right here. So if we thought maybe it goes to 14 or 1450, and let's just say it goes to 14 because maybe the 1450 is like extra. Can you draw a line from 14? So let's say it goes exactly to 14. Let's make it perfect. And we take it to $1. I don't know, let's just say $1.88 or $1.85 or something like that. We'll just say $1.80. Someone said $1.80 earlier. Does that take you up to 5? Yeah, that's 505. You can't see me right now, but my hands are in the air. I'm kind of like shrugging because I mean, in theory, that would actually be right. If this drop went all the way up to 5 in like some crazy move and it hit like 520 or something or 505, $5 is like pretty much the bottom of that gap. The low was $4.99. So if it hit 5 exactly, and let's say it's aiming for 14 just because it's a nice number, it might be like 13.90 because that number's come up quite a bit. I'm not saying it can't go to 14.50 or something, guys. It might go to 15 something, but I'm just saying that's the target. We're not talking about apples and oranges here. We're really talking about the same exact thing where we overshoot it, but then ultimately we come back up. It needs to be the same or similar level to where we were here. And there's only two. One is 13.80s and the next is 11.26. So yeah, I mean, if it's 11.26 and it's the lower one, which does add up because again, based on where this is, that is possible. If the low is only 226, 226, you guys are like, what? That's crazy. If this went up to, sorry, I'm laughing like George Bush Jr. or whatever. If it went up to 505 and then we went down to 226, which is that $1 level that I talked about, then yeah, I mean, it makes sense. We could go up to like 11.24. We might, again, overshoot it and hit this high and then come back and then end up consolidating there. It would be like us ripping past it to like 14 and then coming down. Then when we came back up, we would be sitting underneath 11. That sort of makes sense. So yeah, even that's possible, but it would be determined by the low. On the other hand, if you're only going to go to 11.24, let's say it goes beyond that, right, in an overshoot, but then it corrects and it ends up building out underneath that level, which makes the most sense to me anyways. It could be slightly higher than that, but it would be around there, around 12 to 13. If on the other hand, you came down to, and you only went to 4.40 or you only went to $4, you can see this is like already like $1.70. So this doesn't really answer the question for you. I'm just saying, like, does it follow through on its own logic? And the answer is yes, it does. I think a lot of it will be determined by the end result and like where we think this ends up long term. I'm trying to think of like the simplest possible answer right now. And I think one of the simplest answers is just to use like previous peaks as like a trend. I don't know. They had full control over where this opened. So I find this value to be especially important. Those are barely different. All three of these could be used, even this guy, which is lower. That's the highest one, I think. Yeah, that's the one that would be like 14 something. It's in the right spot. But let's use like the lowest one. So the lowest one would be probably this, which is kind of ridiculous. That would be like 12.26. Based on this trend, I think the answer could be yes. And this did come very close to that next level when it extended. It's kind of different though. I don't really want to go here and then chop underneath, but I suppose it's possible we chop right here for a while. I mean, it was expected. I'm thinking out loud, sorry, about how low and long this is and like where it is. It's like right in this pocket. So if it went now, it would only be like 12.21, not even. If it went a little bit later, it doesn't really matter. You could extend it, but it would be as low as the previous high. So I don't know. I feel like you need to advance over 14. That's the stronger move. I'm just not sure where it camps in the end. Let's just look at liquidity. This is weird. Let's see where that measured from, because there was no like weird split or anything at this time. So let's just go back. Let's see what the relationship was with this high target versus what we think is a doubling value. It is a doubling value, but you know what I mean. Let's see what that was previously. I don't know. It's kind of like in the middle of the LSPY here, which is like the last bear flag. It's a support. It's like a secondary support level. In some ways, this is more like an ice because it's using it as like a secondary support, which may be the idea of this being like a support throughout. And then this is breaching it. I need to put this off to the side. I can't see it. I'm sorry. There we go. Oh, yeah, this is more precise. That's it. Okay. So yeah, we're right. That is a doubling value, and that is where it made a shelf. But then it has a relationship before that point. Interestingly, it's above, and this is what I was about to say, it's above this top. So it doesn't limit itself to here. It's going slightly above it. And this is like the breakdown and that first. So after it's the last place it checks before it leaves. There's a reason I'm doing this, okay? I'm saying out loud what I'm about to test further on in the future. So after this has a breakdown, it has one more drop, and this is significantly like the 50-50. It's very close to like the middle now here, but it's like right before that. We're going to have a bit of a tough time with this one because of our shift, but we'll try our best. Because I think I know what to do, but I think it's going to be a little bit tricky. I think it's this value. But I'm not 100%. So let me turn on this shift value thing. I think it's this one. It kind of looks like it already hit that, didn't it? Really close. So it's slightly above that top. Is there any other markers on here at all? Not using candles the same way, but it's the same concept. Yeah, this right there. So there's a marker here. So that's the level, and it goes above it, which it did do here as well. Man, this is crazy how cool this chart is sometimes. It's super frustrating, but it's also really cool. Okay. It's frustrating to me because I'm like, I just want the answer, you know? Here's the reason this is so annoying is because I think in like a regular world, had we not made that drop, it'd be a little bit easier to compare it. This is difficult because this comes back up to that hook, but there's no final level here, you know? Like if we were looking backwards at this, trying to determine that same marker, we'd probably say it's here, like this guy, maybe. Or maybe even the top of that, which is like there. But this was like that secondary level. So maybe the top is also a good one. That's really high. But that could be one too. And then we would be using that as our metric for like, that could be as high as we go, in theory. If the point of it was to get to a certain target and achieve a certain target. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It comes up pretty far, doesn't it? So to at least get above that level would be ideal. Does that make sense? Yeah. The only thing that's uncertain is I mean, it is uncertain, but the only thing that's uncertain is the shift, because it's not there anymore. So it would be like this thing moving up. It's weirdly off compared to this, because again, this is in a different spot. That's my concern. I'm not really sure. And that's what I'm trying to say is it's very difficult, because this would be like, were they already shifting it? My answer is probably. And if they were already shifting it, then what can you really use this for? You can't. But conceptually, you know, is this roughly the right area? Yeah. So in theory, let's just go to wherever we are now. So 617 is where it says on this little diagram, to 39. So the idea would be maybe you'd even gap fill and then chop there, and then you'd come back. Again, this is just ideas. Don't get offended if you don't like it. Well, we really can't know how high it goes, so that's kind of pointless. Let's just do that. There's no point in adding that extra crap. And then we take this down to where we are now. Remember, we're not trying to determine necessarily like where the low is yet. We're just using this as a measure. I can't even tell where it is. Well, it's going to be approximate anyways. It's going to be like $20. You're going to be like, I told you, man. 17. That's way higher than I would have expected. We already talked about the alternatives, which is kind of right here, which is the bottom, which is right at 1260. So that one might be a little more realistic, but it is 17, so I don't know. It really, I'm trying not to be wishy-washy here, but it's just very difficult because we just don't know if this shift includes itself, like if it includes the idea of itself. Because if it does, then it may not be quite right. You know, I'm sure if that were included somehow, it's complicated. It was like, that could have been there right on the bottom and then drop through, but then this would have been like a back test to the floor, yada, yada, yada. And we got kind of a double whammy of it, so it's confusing. So that's the valuation. It's 1240. I'm going to say that 1240 seems more likely than 17, just based on what we know. I think it's so crazy how this stuff translated. I think it's just bonkers how efficient it is. I find it to be endlessly fascinating. Maybe there's some other evidence that it's 1240, so we can kind of stop barking up that tree for now. What was the point of that, Booksy? I don't know. I was just trying to determine where that level should be. The 1240 seems likely. This has some connection with what we see on these trends. I'm not seeing anything that suggests 17 on these trends earlier. What about this one? I don't know. That's like super steep though. Doesn't really help us. That's a little more evidence for like 1240. Basically, there's like a rough middle section right here around 1240. So it seems likely. Well, there ain't no way it's getting to 17 without some kind of a spring. That's just crazy. Let's see if that 1240 adds up to something else. And then I'm going to... Let's see right here. Curious about this. That's pretty darn convincing. 190. We've talked about 188 before. So 1240 down to 190. That's the same as this measure here. So maybe that extension is the extension to like 14 or 17 even. Might seem odd that I'm using that measurement, but I think that's the key measurement. I really do. Weirdly, it may end up hitting on that same marker too and pushing off. You see that? So it goes up and comes back down on top of it. It might end up looking like this, where it kind of bleeds through it a little and then bounces on top of that white line. It's the same movement. It's a parallel. So this would be like you're overextending. Yeah, and this hits like 15. So it's right on the dot, like 1496. And then maybe in extended hours it hits 17 because there's that extended hours push. Kind of like that. Although I will say that I didn't think it necessarily gets that low because I wouldn't necessarily have to get that low as long as the on balance does. Doesn't have to come down that far. We just have to wait and see. We don't know. That's a we don't know question. Like, I could guess about it, but I can never be sure. There's an unknown there. I don't know, man. That looks really close, doesn't it? To that marker. This totally looks like it hit to there. If we knew exactly when this was going to hit, if that was going to hit that line, and we knew exactly when it was going to hit it. I've said July 1st before. That was one that came up. If it was like July 11th, that's 186. That one dude got 190 at one time. I don't want to curse right now and say it's pretty dang convincing. So again, this is like 485. I already talked about 460 something. I never saw 485 as much of a high probability. That number never really came up. Booksy, yes it did. Booksy, that was the number you talked about for like eternity. Do you not remember 485? You said, I quote, this is eventually going to hit 485 when it leaves because this is where they had the gap down. 485 is not much of a number, says Booksy. Doesn't matter. What a dolt. The return of 485. Some of you are like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was obsessed with 485. I said to myself, this is the level that we're going to end up coming off of because it has to go back because it chose this when it came down. And it may be a little bit off. Like it could be at, just staring at it right now, it could be 480. But I think, yeah, I mean, it could be 480 or 485. It doesn't make any difference to me. But I had talked about this for like ages. And I was all like, when it leaves, it's going to hit 485. You mark my words or something like that. I think I said it like dozens of times. I was probably even obnoxious about it, you know. But now I'm looking at this like, wait a minute. What if it's going for 485? That is kind of the level that you want to see it hit because it needs to come up and then double that value. And that's where the silly little gap was. Wait, Booksy, what are you trying to say? I'm trying to say that 1240, again, just using the chart for itself, 1240 looked like the right level according to the chart shift that we'd be coming back to. Like that'd be the ultimate target here. It is in the right zone. Look at where this is on July 17th. It's at 1240, okay? Everything is where it should be. It's nothing's about it in the wrong place or anything like that. It's really in a nice tight spot. That kind of freaks me out actually because I didn't even see that. That's right where it should be. But then I took a measurement from the top to the bottom because I'm like, well, it should then move from top to bottom. And this initial move would be around the same as this move. And I just took that and I'm like sitting here staring at it as I'm talking to you guys about it. I'm like, well, wait a minute. That's like exactly halfway through the split, which I already knew. But it's also this parallel structure that I found because of OBV, which you could find on your own. You don't have to do it this way. But I've just been using it, and I'm like, I think that's where it's going to go next. So I'm looking at it like, oh, it's going to go to that structure. And then all of a sudden, it's like it just clicks in my brain that this looks like a support here. Like it hit a support, and then it broke through it. And then when this came down, it retested that support. And that's where those on-balance cues were, 1, 2, 3. And we've been talking about it needing to get back down, but it's not able to get back down. Now we're using like a slingshot, completely different way of kind of understanding the motion. We're measuring it backwards based on what we think the end result might be, which is to come up to this level that we then transcribe downward. This is the most bonkers thing ever. And I crap you not. After all of that, I'm like, oh, the 50%. Where's the 50%? Could it go to 5? That's all. That's what this question brought about. And what's bonkers is that then when I take that number and I'm like, well, it looks like it should be based on the shift value, which you have to do on your own. It looks like that should be 1240. And then you take the value of the drop and reapply it forward, backwards from 1240 down. And the halfway point is 485, which is exactly in the ballpark of what our expectations were. It's also this freaky level that your Vanguard did some weird stuff with back in the day in March after earnings or February after earnings, and then again in May after earnings. They did some weird shifty-roo stuff. It's also the place that we dropped off right here. I'm starting to think this actually might end up being a 485, and if it is, we're going to drop all the way down to 190, which oddly enough is the creek. Like, that's the crazy thing about it, is like it would be one thing to just kind of call that up out of the blue, but like, look at where that is. Like, there is a very clear and evident reason why you would go back and test that level. And now my brain is like exploding because I'm like, why? This is the simplest way to do it, but it's like we didn't have to do it like that complicated. But what's crazy is that like it works so well. Like those levels right there, that is your creek level. The fact that 190 just works out on July 1st, that was the level that I picked out because of the oh my gosh. I'll tell you this, okay? I'm going to trade this, and if I'm wrong, then I'll go bust. And I'm going to end up having to work some kind of a night shift somewhere, gluing really cheap American crap together to help Trump's economy. And you guys can come back, and which we probably imported from India, right? You guys can come back, and we'll talk about it when that happens. And you guys are like, that's not very encouraging, Booksy. I think I'm right, and I think this is a little bit out there. And I know that you guys are like, well, yeah, but this is like the 5th target you've got. So at this point, any of those that hit, you're going to say you were right. And you've done this before. Remember the $8 thing? Remember the 860 something? That never happened. And it ended up being the lowest possible hit. Correct. The lowest possible hit right now is this 560 or 360 area. And even lower than that, technically this like 335 could be a stopping point. But I think 485, it seems a little out there to me still. I'm like, yeah, it seems really friggin' high. Maybe we do get like a June 6th run up to like 485, and everybody thinks it's going to just keep going, and it just doesn't. That would be one heck of a move to like crap out and then go all the way up to 485. Adds another layer to this, but maybe it does, you know? And it just has like another move or something like that. That would be bonkers. It kind of works though, doesn't it? Because then you have a massive slide like no other, like absolute despair, all the way down for like a month, almost exactly a month. And it's just an iteration, but people would feel like it's the end of the world, and they would be so angry. So what's the halfway point between 485 or 480 and 490? Of course, it's $3. It's $3. Specifically 303, which is the level that we were saying. I don't know why, but it's specifically like 303. Remember we were saying like, this is weird. Why is it like not exactly 3? And I kept saying, I don't really know why, but it's just not. It's like 305 to 303 kind of thing. That's the middle. What a move that would be. Massive, massive chaos. I gotta be honest with you. I've never ever really wanted to buy short positions on AMC, but if we hit 485, I think I'm gonna have to. I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna definitely do this, but like I think I'm gonna have to. Because there's really no reason not to trade it unless you just really don't want to trade downside. Because that is a massive, massive move. That is huge. And then the reversal. Gosh, this does end up looking like that widening, doesn't it? And that reversal ends up being... What the heck? That is 485. What? If you ignore the wicks and you just go to like the bodies and that first hit right there, that's totally 485 right there. And then it's a huge widening. And then the 50-50 over 485 is like a melt up moment. Although I got to say something though, I think we need to clarify because I am kind of starting with the end in mind, but if this takes this long to get there, wouldn't it be, because that's like 25 days, which is pretty close to what you'd expect for a huge run up. So are you saying it starts there or what? I don't know what I'm saying. The intersection here is July 16th. Maybe a little bit later at like July 21st. Well, actually, July 21st is... I think that's right. Because that's like 21 days after July 1st, or 20 days. It could be the lower end here. Like I'm using the wick. The lower end's like way out here in September. I didn't really want to do that. Maybe what I could do is use this one instead. Man, I don't know which one to use. But let's use this wick, the first wick, since that one seems to maybe be a little more accurate. It's closer to this breakdown, and this doesn't really attach to anything, by the way. Kind of looked at this before. It didn't really do anything. I thought it was odd. This one is pretty darn good, too. So that's September 9th. And then that one's pretty good. That one's really good. Let's use this bottom. This is just going to give us a window. And this is August 15th. Earnings is on August 6th. So it's pretty close. So let's say, for example, we have a few different markers here, but let's say, for example, I mean, it looks really close to the 6th. That might have been the goal there. I don't know. It's kind of aiming for earnings in August. Again, that adds up because we were expecting to see an August move because there's an August entry here, which I've been kind of stressing today, that there's an entry in August. So let's say maybe that one, which is August 13th. I've said August 6th before, which I didn't realize was earnings. That one also could be a starting point, believe it or not. But let's just say it does get there by this time. And takeoff would be like mid-July. So it does add up. That puts you potentially lower, down to like 180. Stressful. This intersection, weirdly, is also August like 12th. They're creating like a intersection right here and here on the 12th of August of a high and a low. See that? That's like the full spread. It's like the full range on display. This goes down real low. Well, it's the time it hits the red bottom. There's got to be something else we can do to time it, though. Well, aside from what we've already done. This is the other thing I did, was take it to the middle here. That looks like July 9th. To August 6th. July 9th to August 6th. The low could hit earlier than that, but it would like leave on the 9th, basically. So it wouldn't be that that's necessarily where the low is, but you'd leave on July 9th. The low would probably be on the 1st, because we found that before. That actually works. So it runs up into earnings. I don't know what could happen here other than you guys are like, well, the 9th is close enough that it could be the tariff thing. Maybe tariff uncertainty. Maybe they wait till the 11th. That's a Friday. And then the 14th is on a Monday. But on average, this looks correct. So it runs from here and then all the way up. It's pretty close. That's a good estimation, I think. I've done these too much, and I know that there's like a bunch of them, so they're all kind of similar range and region. We're at 274. We're still up 1%, so we're looking good. I know. I'm not saying I'm going to open short anything. I'm just saying puts, which, you know, obviously if exercise would add selling pressure, but I'm not usually exercising anything. I'm just buying and selling, just trading. Yeah, this is a little bit out there, even for me, this idea of it going up that high. But you know, this might explain some things though, because if it takes that long to get there, they're going to really want people to think this thing is going to the moon. This started running on May 6th. Breaks out on the 13th. Hits a high here into May 15th. Comes back down into the 20th and then goes all the way to June 2nd. That's good. I'm happy for him if he wants to do that. I guess. I don't really see it as competition. I'm not even in the same ballpark. He doesn't traditionally do as much TA, and he's also usually got thousands of people on his stream, and he's ringing cowbells or whatever he does. And the people that do stuff like that, and I know he got into it a bit at one point. People who do stuff like that, I think they have their market, they have their place, you know. So what we're not seeing this triangulation working out, which was like pretty much in an hour, within the next hour or two, like really breaking out. Freaking ants falling from the ceiling. Just dropped off the ceiling. So also, let's be honest. Trace Trades is a far more entertaining YouTube personality. First of all, he has a face. Second of all, he does funny stuff. Third of all, he's got a really catchy title. Their volume is really there on that candle, guys. This is similar, build out into May and then runs up on like the 20th. And really goes hard. Probably, if it did happen, and I don't know if it will, but if it did happen, it's going to be very exciting. But if it did happen, I think there would be a little bit more space here between things. I'm just kind of making it whatever I want to make it doodle-wise. 485. Man, 485. That's like 100% move from that bottom. I really need to stop and eat lunch. All right, well, the stocks will still be here tomorrow. I'm not seeing anything yet that makes me think that it's in a bad place. There's a strong connection, I think, with the with this. I mean, it's having a good time holding it. It's like I'm gonna end up walking away and it's gonna just dump or like rip. I'm not saying it has to be at this plot, but it has done a pretty good job of hitting it. It hit the first one, so I don't know. Maybe it'll hit the second one. And it did go down and bounce pretty nice. We'll see. It held. It didn't go beneath 271. That was the big kicker, so I get the feeling we're going to have like a power hour and just rip. And I'm going to be like, yay! And no one's going to be here. No one's going to be around to see it. Dang it. I streamed all day today. I started at like 8:30 a.m. I haven't gotten off. I should have just taken a lunch break, is what I should have done. That would have broken up the day. Sitting here watching it chop around 170 or 270s all day. All right, I'm going to do you guys a favor then, because usually when I get off, things go crazy. So I'm going to hop off here. One more look at the chart. There's an implied move, perhaps to almost 296, if this can hold on to it. It has to hold on to 272. If it can hold this level, there's an implied move here that's pretty large. I think after that, we're looking at some chop. It may not be Monday, or may not be till Monday that we move again. So that'll be like the biggest move if we have it for the week. You're welcome. Man, this is going to be a crazy, 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 crazy week. It really is. I'm glad we did the downside stuff today. It's important to just have it there and be aware of what may happen. Yeah, that on balance is definitely going bonkers now. Maybe a little too bonkers. Not really, I'm not really sure I like that it's moving so fast. I'd rather be a little bit slower. But then again, it has to go really far if this is going to work. So if this is going to work, it's going to move really far. So we're just getting started. Just don't want to see a rug pull today, I guess. That's kind of my only thing. Just don't want to see that rug pull right this second. Hasn't happened. I'm out. You guys have a good one. Catch up with you tomorrow.